30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
That, it can certainly make a difference.
The next half of her stadium tour sold out, so she's
right. I mean, she doesn't.
She's just too. You know what? She's just too big, Bubba. She's too big to. If she lost half of her audience because of her decision, then another half of people would gladly come in and replace those people.
Go to the concert.
Yes.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
I don't know if it's been fixed. I'm assuming it's not been. Rhett stuck his head in just a few minutes ago and said all of Rumble was down. So we probably won't be on Rumble today. Thank you, Rhett, for the heads up, and I don't think that's been clear. I think it's still valid, right? It's down. Rumble's down.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Uncle Eric, $50.
Thank you so much, Uncle Eric.
Did too many people go on Rumble and bitch about Taylor Swift and it got shut down yesterday?
Yeah, 150 people and shut them down.
Well, that or the people at Rumble are just freaked out on how bad Trump did. that they just can't. They just decided just to deplatform for a few days to let the dust settle.
The good thing about the debates is that you can declare yourself the winner, and really, there's really not much anybody can do about it.
Well, actually, Donald was able to cite to a 92-8 poll off of Twitter that one of his followers posted, and so he was in the spin room saying, "I got 92, 86, 77." He's like citing all these like unscientific Twitter polls.
Well, I did also see where he said, which I think he's grasping. Listen, regardless of who you vote for, if you're just going to be intellectually honest, he didn't do as well as she did. She did better than he did. She came across better. Now, does that change the way most people are locked into their candidate? Probably not. But there's what would you say, 10% of America are truly undecided. I mean, wouldn't you say that like it's like
I was
45, 45 where you're locked in. It doesn't matter. Like your mom, she's locked in. Doesn't matter what happens. My mom, she's locked in. Doesn't matter what happens. But there's a percentage of people that probably are looking for some sign of who they want to vote for. They're undecided. But I think that's such a small margin that these debates do probably
small
affect
margin.
That. Yeah, I know.
I'm small, and I decided yesterday who I'm voting for.
Oh, you did?
I did. Yeah, I couldn't. It took a while because I was thinking
are you locked in?
I'm locked in. It took me a while because I was thinking so much like who could help right now? Like who could
Well, and also you wanted to get as much information as you could, right? I mean, it took a while because you wanted to see this particular debate and,
nobody really wowed me at all. So, but I decided that I started thinking about my daughter and, not just right now, but 20, 30 years from now and, who would be the best person to get it in there and have life better for my daughter, even though not necessarily might be great for right now.
Like
so.
this candidate's really not going to affect your daughter, but this candidate might affect the path of our country, which could affect your daughter.
So I started thinking more about not just who can lower prices in the next 2 weeks as soon as they're elected president.
Do you want to disclose who that is?
Jill Stein.
I'm sorry, who?
Jill Stein, 99, Green Party.
Oh, that's who you're going with?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kicked it out wide for a vote.
Jill Stein, 99.
Oh, I'm not. I'm Bubba. I'm just
You said a minute ago you're voting for Jesus.
Yeah.
Jews for Jesus.
I was just trying to get a rise out of Brian.
There you go. There you go, Seth. There's your new.
Jews for Jesus.
Yeah, Jews for Jesus.
And that's not. They're already a thing, Bubba. And they.
They're normally not
I'm
Jewish.
sorry.
They really lean.
I know they're not Jewish.
Bubba, they really lean more on the Jesus side than the Jewish side.
Well, I mean, isn't it? I don't know much about the Jewish faith, but the Jewish faith doesn't believe that Jesus was anything special. They just believe that he was a dude rolling around, being a carpenter.
Yeah.
They
much.
believe in the Old Testament, which is God, and that's before Jesus.
Yes.
Yeah, they believe hey, Old Testament and all the stuff that God did, we're locked in. But when you start, trying to push Jesus down our throat, that's where you lose us. I think that's a pretty good synopsis of Judaism, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely.
When you start pushing Jesus on us, that's where you lose us. We're God marks, right?
Yeah.
We mark out to God, not Jesus. Whereas,
Jesus.
now is there other religions besides Judaism that thinks that same way and only believes in the Old Testament? And I'm not trying to poke fun at anybody. I'm just asking, like I'm really intellectually asking.
I don't know. I don't think Muslims are big on Jesus.
What does aren't they Muhammad?
Yeah, they're Muhammad.
And isn't there a kind of an underwritten rule that you can't even depict Muhammad?
Yeah, no, you're not allowed to show him.
Right. Like, so, I mean, just off the top of my head, I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but like, why wouldn't you want a picture of the person that you worship?
Because he's too holy.
Yeah, you can't even your brain can't even handle seeing Muhammad.
Exactly.
Man, can you imagine if you had a chick that was like, I'm so hot that you can't even take a picture of me? You can't handle me? Like everybody right now that's scouring for Michelle on Shannon Sharpe's Insta, who he followed. Wasn't that her name?
Michelle, yeah.
Did they find?
Yeah.
We'll get into this momentarily. There's a big hubbub about Shannon Sharpe and like Instagram Live.
We really needed this story. It's a lighthearted story. These things used to happen back in the day before, all these serious issues took over with society with, the girls and boys sports and everything like that.
I'm involved in a sex scandal, currently? It hits home. It hits home. You know what I'm saying, Seth? This show's been rocked by a sex scandal.
Yes.
It seems like all other shows survive it except mine.
Eventually, you have to be rocked by a sex scandal, and I think that Shannon Sharpe decided to make his own sex scandal.
Oh, he did?
Is that what brought Fisher and Boy down?
Was it a sex scandal?
No, it was me being impossible to work with.
Was it really?
Yes.
I mean, are you really like being honest?
Yeah, Fisher asked to not be on the morning show with me anymore.
How did that go?
Did
he go to management or did he go to you?
No, he went to management.
All right, and he said, "Hey, listen, I just can't handle this anymore." Kind of like the dynamic that Brian and I have.
Yeah.
Did you see my? You were standing up, and you were the only person in the room that could visually see me, and we made eye contact. And could you see my eyes when Brian was, messing with me a little bit?
Oh yeah.
And what did they say?
They said, "I want to kill this guy with my bare hands."
They did. They said that, but they said a few other things too. They were sad. They were disappointed. They were frustrated. And there was some rage in there too. Could you see all of that?
I did actually. Yes. Like now that I put my glasses on, Bubba, I did.
Right.
The rage I couldn't see, but now it's coming into focus.
It was like 5 emotions.
Yeah.
It's like, why do I put up with this? I'm mad. I'm sad. I'm disappointed. I wish he would stop. All of that and more.
You're such a bitch.
Oh my goodness.
I've been doing radio for 40 years, and I've had I don't know if you were to count how many hosts I've had, I don't know how many there would be, but there'd be quite a bit. And you're the only one that I have allowed to act this way.
Act what way? That's what I'm trying to get at. I asked how, we're going through pre-show banter. I asked how the fantasy team did, which was relevant because we mentioned it the week before. And then you freak out. Oh my God! Here we go. This is why I don't. Why you gotta be like that, Brian? I know how her fantasy team performed last week.
Lummy.
Yes, sir.
What? And I don't want you to tell me what I want to hear, Rhett. I don't want you to tell me what I want to hear. You weren't in here, Rhett, during this exchange, but you know that Brian poked fun, and Seth, you do too, that Brian poked fun at me helping the Merch Crick with her fantasy team. That was a topic of discussion, and that he even said, and I don't know how the new fantasy stuff works, Lummy. When I did fantasy, you picked, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, 2 kickers, 2 defenses, 2 quarterbacks. I'm sorry, with wide receivers you picked 4, and running backs, 4, tight ends maybe 3. But what I'm saying is you always carried an extra kicker and quarterback, and you always had to be mindful of what their bye week was, your starters, and had a guy in there for backup. I didn't know in the new way to do fantasy is that you pick the best, and then you use the waiver wire for bye weeks. I didn't know that.
I think he's just busting your chops, Bubba.
717 JOR, $20.
I know, but I know he's busting my chops, but that's all he does. And so, I'm like, man, the show's not even started, and he's already got me, lathered up. Well, he
had a Nature Valley bar, Bubba, and those Nature Valleys, they really get the sugar flowing.
But hold on. What he doesn't realize is that he is so smart, and he is so brilliant that he can shoestring or worm in a diss that most people that is so calculated and brilliant that it doesn't seem like a diss, but deep down it's a diss. And I know it's a diss, and he knows it's a diss. So, because he's so smart, I've never had anybody in here that could counter-program me as smartly as he can. And it's new territory for me, and it sometimes is irritating because I'm not used to it. And I don't like it a lot. And I don't like it even before the show starts.
So when you're saying, when he asked how your team was doing, that was just kind of like a dig on you? He was able to
and if he's going to be honest, because I want you to be honest, Brian, deep down, you know deep down that you asked that because you know that I did it wrong, and you were looking for a reaction. Brian, let's just listen. We've been friends longer than you've been on the air, so be my friend and tell me, did you say it because you were genuinely concerned about how well Merch Crick's team did, or did you say it because you knew I screwed it up and you were getting a little diss on me? Now just be my friend. Be honest.
Okay, so I knew Aaron Rodgers didn't do very well, and I think I specifically told you don't start Aaron Rodgers this week.
Deshaun Watson was the only other option, though.
Yeah, I know. So again,
it actually was a good
hold on. So now, Lummy.
Yes.
You and I aren't the smartest dudes in the room, but can you see already that it's a diss?
Oh,
it's a straight diss.
In chat, one guy said he remembered how you drafted and remembered some of the players, so he knew you sucked this week.
The only one I remembered.
The
only one I remember was Aaron Rodgers.
Validating Seth that I'm right. It wasn't a concern. It was a straight, calculated, shovel-faced diss is what it was.
The only thing, shovel-faced, that was a diss at me. The only thing I remembered was the Aaron Rodgers pick. That's it.
You knew that he had Travis Kelce, who only had 30 yards.
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah. See, even Rhett, who hates me even probably almost as much as you do, he's even saying...
Rhett texts me all the time. He hates me. He hates you way more than I do.
Even Rhett, who doesn't like to stick up for me and never cuts me a break, even he, when Rhett sticks up for me, lock it in, buddy.
Wait, did I stick up for you?
Yeah, you did. You did. Please say that you did.
We're a show. We talk about topical things. We used to talk about rugged man stuff like fantasy football.
But before, hold on. I'm getting ready for the show. I'm in show mode. Okay. I'm in prep, trying to get everything. Look at all the windows that I got up that I have to cite. So listen. Listen, and you laugh, Seth, but you help prepare me.
I know.
I'm just saying.
I
So
just
I
like-
have to juggle all this stuff. I got to juggle all of you people. I got to juggle the financial end of this. I got to juggle. We have some technical issues going
You
on
up there
as well.
doing payroll before the show?
Yeah, well, I mean that's always a concern.
We got a guest today. We got a guest today.
That's right.
We got a guest today from Creative Loafing. Leah, I think her name is Leah from Creative Loafing. She's going to talk about the big party on the 25th at the Hard Rock.
We're gonna waterboard her and get some answers on who the winners are.
And so, Brian, I'm up here I'm doing my pre-snap checkdowns, and you're over here, as my running back, just telling me.
You know what you're doing, Bubba? You're throwing the ball, you're playing catch with your wide receiver, and he's just running in the middle of you guys the whole time, playing monkey in the middle.
Right.
I'm sorry if that's a racial term now. I forgot.
It's not.
Okay, thank God.
Because you know what? I play monkey in the middle with my kid, and he's white.
Okay.
So, and let me. How many millions of times have I identified as a silverback gorilla?
Oh,
in fact,
tons.
I wear a shirt identifying myself as a gorilla.
That's right.
So please. I get tired of people being so sensitive that any little thing can be a racial thing based on an animal.
I just
See, I
realized.
get tired of people being so sensitive that any little thing could set them off too.
Like fantasy
that drives
football?
me nuts, like fantasy football.
No,
Bringing up fantasy football.
I get disappointed in the fact that the team I've assembled to do a good show is already pre-snap before I'm getting ready to go. I got a million things going on. I got to open the show, and I got Shovel Face over there automatically trying to throw me off my game. Whereas you could have just been like, hey Bubba, whatever. Just
Need any help this week?
Something cool. But no, it's an automatic diss, and it just gets a little much. I know I'm gonna have 4 hours of it, but I mean, God, for the 7 minutes before we go on the air, can I at least just get something other than negativity out of that flat face shovel face?
I just asked how your team did.
I just asked how your team did.
Yeah, okay.
It's Merch Crook's team.
And how did it do,
Right.
Lummy?
It got beat. Okay.
Like a drum?
Yes.
Okay.
But the team that I played had 160 points.
Oh, you weren't going to beat them no matter what.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that's the upper end of fantasy. You very rarely does your team score. I think it was 169 points. You might have Ashley might be able to send you the results real fast, but the team that I played, that Merch Crick played, I mean, They killed it. I think they had the shit.
Who was she up against? Krista?
No, I tell you this.
157
Hold on. Let me just tell you this. The team that Merch Crick played had the Chicago defense.
Oh, that's a lot of points.
24 points. 26 points when your defense scores 26 points. What's the average defense in fantasy score?
9, 10,
8 to 12.
Yeah.
That's with a pick. In a sack. Usually your team doesn't score 3 touchdowns.
So what was the final, Lummy?
157.68 to 109.38.
Okay.
Yeah. So whatever.
No, I mean, I'm just curious.
All right. Well, now you know. And so there's one ball busting out of the way. Look at that. You ate up 17 minutes of negativity.
That's 17 minutes closer to the finish line, buddy.
It is. Lummy, we have thrown a little wrinkle into the Orlando guest house / meet and greet.
Yes.
We're doing it November, is it 15th and 16th?
Yes.
In Davenport, Florida, which is west of Orlando. And we're going to do a meet and greet, I think 6:30 to 10:30 at the Davenport Ale House. They have a huge outdoor area they're going to allow us to have. It's looking like right now, Lummy, we're going to be over 100 people.
Yes.
It's looking like, and we're asking just so we can get a head count and they can staff up and just so we can get a general idea. The place is huge. The outdoor, what they say, they can fit from.
They said 200 plus.
Yeah. So we're going to be fine. So, but, as far as how many waitresses they staff, bartenders, and what have you, we're trying to get a roughed-in number as to people that will be attending. It doesn't cost nothing. It's free. You can literally, it doesn't cost nothing. And it's 6:30 to 10:30 at the Davenport, Florida Ale House. We could probably get the exact address and give that out too. But we're asking you to email us, orlando@bubbaarmyhq.com, to give us, hey, this is Jim. Me and my friend are coming. Or, hey, just give us an idea that you're coming so that we can rough it in. And Lummy, we've thrown a wrinkle into that.
Yes, we have.
And everybody has agreed that this is a great idea. Brian Shovelface will probably take a shiz on it. But we're going for the last hour that we're there, we're going to fire up the cash cube.
Whoa.
And give people opportunities to spin the wheel. And so, Lummy, I'm assuming whoever's there is going to want to spin the wheel.
Of course.
We're going to get hit by a hurricane on November 16th. That cash cube's coming out.
I swear to God,
it's cursed.
We'll check the weather. There'll be 0%. There'll be 100% of bone dryness. And at Davenport, Florida Ale House, 0% chance of rain, sunshine all day, and then right after we get there, Lummy, it'll be great. And, when we're like 2 hours out, Lummy, I'm like, hey, let's fire up the cash cube. So for, an hour.
At 8:30, it starts to just...
Because it's saying, from 9:30 to 10:30 is when we're going to do the cash cube. And we plan on at 8:30 to fire it up, let it be inflated and the cash circulating around for the visual effect. And then literally at 9:25, we got everybody in place. We got the prize wheel all set up. Because if you don't, win a slot into the cash cube, you could win various prizes, T-shirts, ducks, whatever stuff we got, sunglasses, various trinkets. At 9:27, they'll just become a rogue Cat 5 cloud will just literally come in right over the ale house and dump about 3.5 inches in 6 minutes, and we'll be flooded out.
Jason Lindquist, $10 anti-negativity fund.
If that's the case, I'm literally abandoning the cash cube concept. Because at that point we'll be 3 for 3, right?
Yeah, it's 3 strikes, you're out.
Yeah,
at the old ball game.
Right now it's a full count. So let me maybe I should ask Brian. Are the Rays getting into the
slump?
End of the year horrible slump?
No, they're playing the way a team that traded away, half of its good players would play.
So that's a true yes, Bubba.
Yeah, they're what? They're 3 games under 500.
Yeah,
4 games under 500 now.
4 games under 500.
Which is I think that's the season low watermark. But they were in this pocket of they were never more than 3 games above 500 and never 3 or 4 games below 500 all season long. So they've been in this pocket of just mediocrity, and
now,
that's where they're going to finish the
Madden
season.
had a couple lean years, did he not?
Yeah,
Madden had a couple 75, 80 game winning seasons, didn't he?
Oh yeah, for sure. When they traded everybody away, they were throwing the towel in on this season, and it was the right move because you look at Baltimore and the Yankees and their performance against those two teams.
Now, how did Baltimore? How did they come out of nowhere? Because for all of my life while living here, they've always been just straight ass buckets. And then
they followed the Rays' way.
They built up their farm system, which is what the Rays just replenished. I mean, they went from probably number 7 farm system. The Rays were slipping to now they have the number 1 or 2 farm system again.
So they're back there.
They're right back.
I mean,
up.
is there? So there is an organization or there is the people that do rate your farm system.
Oh, yeah.
Give me the lower end of the farm system, like Yankees.
No, Yankees are in the middle right now. I think a team like Houston is pretty. It has a pretty bad farm system.
Just because you've put so much into winning now that you've depleted your farm system in order to win now.
I think the Cubs are kind of down there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a lot of the teams, like LA, they trade away their.
Hold on, I don't want to make this too nerdy of a thing, but LA's like top 3. But we don't need to debate farm systems.
The Blue Jays are
maybe we do. So.
Yeah.
The Blue Jays, the Marlins,
it's better
the
than
Royals.
Shovelface dogging on me.
The LA Angels are 27th. The LA Dodgers.
Maybe
are
that's
there.
what I was thinking of. The
Houston's
Angel.
26th. So I was right about the Houston.
Did LA do Madden dirty, or just small ball just didn't work in LA? Didn't he have Trout? And didn't he have
He had a ton.
I mean, he had
too.
Albert Pujols. He had some talent, didn't he? When Madden went from the Cubs back out to the Angels, and they only gave him 3 seasons.
Yeah, Pujols was like 52 at that point, though.
Yeah, I mean, nobody knows how old Pujols is. Did they do him dirty, or did they do him? He needed to go because baseball. He's his old school mentality doesn't work in today's baseball anymore.
Yeah, I just think it was a cultural thing there. I don't know. There may have been more going on than meets the eye, but I hope he's enjoying whatever he's doing.
Sipping wine, riding his bike around.
Cubs should rehire him. I'll tell you who did him dirty with the Cubs. Guy comes in, but they hadn't won a 109 years or something like that. Yeah. He comes in and wins. I mean, the guy that came in and brought the Cubs to the World Series and won it for the first time in 109 years. I mean, they should give him a condo on the top of the Hancock Center and never for life. There's some royalty in Chicago. When I lived in Chicago, it was Mike Ditka and Michael Jordan were the two, and Walter Payton, because I lived there in 89, 90. And they could do no wrong. Well, it seems like Joe Madden should be in that realm of things, because he did stuff that had the Bulls won a championship ever before the Jordan era?
No, they were a joke.
I don't think they'd ever won, had they?
No, they were a joke.
Yeah. So,
growing up a Chicago Cub fan, everyone always said, and all the fans, and when we went to Chicago, they always said, if we ever win a World Series, that guy will never have to pay for a drink, and that guy will never be fired as a manager.
And then they fired him
2 years later.
I got to tell you one of the coolest things ever. I don't know if I've ever told this story or not, but when my good friend, and I think Brian probably even is familiar with Randy Michaels. Are you familiar with Randy Michaels in radio?
Yep. Okay. Yep. Hear the name constantly.
Randy Michaels was the president of Clear Channel when I was, first J-Corps, which owned the Power Pig and 17 other radio stations. It was a small little company, and J-Corps was the Power Pig. They hired me in 92. Randy was the owner, CEO, president of J-Corps. Then J-Corps folded into CityCasters and Lowry Mays and ended up being Clear Channel. So, and with Randy as the CEO. And so Randy did, I don't know how many years with, by the way, I would have never been probably fired from 98 Rock had Randy not been replaced as CEO. They replaced him with a guy named John Hogan. And, I don't think he was necessarily a Bubba fan. And as soon as the Nipplegate / indecency stuff came down, Mel Karmazin and CBS, they stood behind Howard and didn't take Howard off any stations, but John Hogan fired me. When they're having meetings on Capitol Hill and your name's coming out of congressmen's mouths about being a dirty, shock job, it's not good. So I got fired. Randy Michaels went on then to run the Tribune Company in Chicago. And the Tribune Company owned Channel 9, WGN Channel 9. They own WGN Radio, and they own some other things. And so,
the Cubs.
And they owned the Cubs. Yeah. They owned the Cubs. And so listen to this, Seth, how cool this is. So I go to Chicago to tape this television that was going to be the Bubba Clem show. It was going to let me see, what was her name? The African American girl. Is it Tyra Banks?
Yeah.
They had a talk show.
Yes.
On the CW network.
Yes.
And so she was quitting her talk show, and WGN was going to buy the CW. A lot of networks will sell you a half an hour to put whatever you want on it. And Tyra Banks, the Tyra Banks show was a brokered show. So Randy Michaels went up, had me go to Chicago and tape. Let me remember the TV show I taped. We did 8 episodes.
Yes.
And then we did 8 episodes, and it was kind of like kind of a Jerry Springer type feel. And we did 8 episodes, and they tested them, and they did really, really well. And they had a deal with the CW network, and from 3:30 to 4 every Monday through Friday was going to be the Bubba Clem show, and that sold for $6 million. So you go to CW, you buy that half hour for $6 million, and then at that point you own all the you recoup it through advertising. So the deal's done, and while Randy is the CEO and I'm up there taping, the Cubs were playing. And Randy was not a sports fan. Now, his company owned the Cubs. They owned them. And remember Mark Chase?
Hey, man.
Hey, dude.
Hey, dude.
So he worked for Randy because Randy hired all of his boys, Jeff Capucci and Mark Chase and all these guys working in the are you familiar with the Tribune Tower, Seth, in downtown Chicago? It's right on the river.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's like, I don't know, 50-some stories. And I go to Chase's office, and I forget what Chase is in charge of. And he goes, hey, dude, you want to go to a Cubs game? I go, yeah. He goes, all right, they gotta do most daytime games start like at 1?
Yeah.
Yeah. He goes, they got a 1 o'clock tomorrow. I was going to tape my stuff. I got there 2 days early just to hang out, and I didn't even know that there was a Cubs game. So Mark takes me to the Cubs game, and literally we are walking around in like the locker room. We went out onto the field. We went up to the broadcast. Nobody stopped us. I mean, like, we went everywhere. I went into the Cubs locker room. I went into the opposing team's locker room. And this is before they had done their massive remodel. It was still when it was kind of old, and it was pretty crappy back then. And then they did this massive remodel, I think, when Madden came in. But
you know they do tours like all the time of it, right?
Yeah,
where they go see all those things you saw.
Yeah, but not when you're with the vice president of the Tribune Company, and you can literally go. I mean, we went out to the field, and I wish I would have gotten some videotape of that.
Which one of you boys is hung better than Andre Dawson?
He's the Hawk for a reason.
Yeah.
So we videotape. We tape these 7 or 8 shows. They test market them. It does well. And Sean Compton, who was in charge of all television programming and syndication, at that time they had the Steve Wilkos show, and then they had the Cunningham show, and then they were gonna have my show. And so he's in California at, I think Warner Brothers might own the CW network, I think, and he's at the CW network / Warner Brothers, Viacom, whatever it is, getting ready to write hand over a $6 million check for that time slot. And this was like in, I forget what day, but it was the season. Most television seasons start in September. That's when, like if you look now, Lummy, all the new shows are coming out now.
Yes, they are.
This is so they were going to start the Bubba Clem show in September. I think this might be March or April. Sean Compton's at the table. They're ready to sign the deal. He's got the $6 million check. Lummy, I already have $75,000 deposit on my contract. Non-refund, like I don't have to give it back. It was a $75,000 signing bonus on my contract, and somebody walks into the office and said, "Whoa, hold on! Before we sign this contract, we're going to have to make sure that the new CEO of the Tribune backs this programming because my show, that the Bubba Clem show is going to bring some blowback." Because they'd seen the episodes, and they were okay with it, but they knew that they were going to get some blowback. And in order to get, when you have content that gets blowback, you have to have management to stand behind. Some management sticks their head in the sand and says, "Fire him! I can't take complaint calls." And other management, like Randy Michaels, says, "Man, the more complaint calls, the better." Well, Randy resigned that morning amidst some type of email scandal, not with him, but with one of his big managers sent some type of inter-office joke about girls' boobs or something, and it was like inappropriate, and then the board called for Randy's resignation. So Randy resigns, and Sean Compton calls the Tribune, whoever's in charge of the board or whatever, and said, "Nope, don't sign that deal. We have to find who our new CEO is going to be and see if they want to back this particular program that Randy liked so much." And, of course, the new CEO didn't. Bubba Clem said, "I'm not going to deal with all that nonsense. Complaint calls, advertisers pulling, things like that. Things that we deal with." I was that close to getting my TV deal.
That would have been amazing.
Oh.
That's the moment in your life that you can look back on and be like, if things were different.
Or the other one, there's been a couple of those, Brian. The other one being, had I never pushed record on the Hogan sex tape deal.
Or maybe if you had pushed record, if you then at some point hit delete or destroyed it. But
True.
yeah.
Thank you for the caveat. and then the other one being, if the people that manufactured my chicken dip hadn't taken a shortcut and used anchovy-based sour cream instead of a regular sour cream, they used a cheaper one and got me recalled out of Publix. I know that you were on the somewhat inside as to how well that was scaled up to do, and that was going to be huge.
Yeah. I would
gonna
say
be
for
big.
you in your career, though, the biggest one would be the TV show, because
I know.
that's just massive.
Oh,
I mean,
and the
syndicated daytime talk show,
3:30 to 4, Monday through Friday. And here's what they were going to do, man. We even had the schedule worked out. They were going to fly me privately up. I was going to take one Friday a month off of radio, and they were going to fly me up on a private jet Thursday, and I was going to cut, because the shows are only 22 minutes long. On a 30-minute show, it's only 22 minutes, because you got a 4-minute stop set at the first, and then you got a 4-minute at the end. So you got 8 minutes of commercials on a 22-minute show. So you only need 22 minutes of content. So if you're like, I shot one show in 38 minutes. Because I didn't do there wasn't a lot of retakes and a lot of, wraparounds, or I didn't do a lot of mess ups. So they were going to fly me in on Thursday, Lummy. We were going to shoot 2 shows Thursday night.
Nice.
And then we were going to shoot 5 shows on Friday, and I think 5 shows on Saturday. You need 20 shows for the week. And then I was going to shoot.
For the month.
For the month. You need 20 shows for the month. So I was going to shoot 20 shows in one weekend. And then do that once a month. And I think my base was $4 million, and then we had all these escalators with regards to ratings and shares. Tom thought we could have easily obtained, just based on what Wilkow was doing in my show. I'm way better than Wilkow. That it would probably end up being 8 or 9, maybe 10 million a year, and on TV every day. Probably would end up dead though. You know what I'm saying? I would have probably really developed some really big habits. Let me.
You think so?
And then I would have had a whole crew of hot Chicago cricks. Would have been like Deshaun Watson from the Browns.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
You don't need to. I'll respond for you. Shut up, babyface, you flat-faced fuck. Coming in here giving me shit just because my fantasy team is garbage.
Shovel face really seems to be sticking.
I like it.
It really flows. Do you feel like you have a flat face, baby face?
I mean, if he says no, he's lying. He can sit here and make fun of me all he wants, but if he doesn't say that his face doesn't look like he stepped on a shovel, then he's lying.
My face looks like I stepped on a shovel set.
His nose is flat. His forehead's fucking high and flat.
Yeah.
Just-
That is a fucked up forehead. I just noticed.
Yeah.
Bitch has no
chin. No prominent chin.
His eyes are like sunken into his head.
He's got a receding chin.
What about the hairline?
He's got decent hair.
I was thinking about asking Dan for some hair.
He's looking for some test models.
I'm really not happy about what's going on up here anymore. I just think it's really going to cut down on the sex appeal for the back 9 of my life.
Yeah, I don't think you need to worry about that so much.
This guy's an asshole. Go step on a fucking shovel.
You already did.
You're happily married with a child. What are you worried
Why
about?
can't I want to be hot? What's wrong with that? Look good, play good.
No.
Get paid good.
Get paid good. I don't want to be jerking off balls for the rest of my life.
That's your future, man. How's everybody doing? Good morning, Organic Gene. Bubba can call me shovel face all he wants. I'm not a snowflake. I don't get upset and cry. I just roll with it. I don't get mad. I get even.
Hey, Lummy.
Yeah, Bubba.
I gotta see if we got those fucking boxing gloves.
We do. They're in there. They're at the bottom shelf. Right when you go out. Yeah, right when you enter that room, you look down to your left. No. In the workout room. In the gym. Thanks, Dan. I'm just here by myself right now, Brian Daly. Ask me anything. I'll tell you all about his secrets while he's not in here. Anything you want to know that would be attorney-client privileged. Just ask away. Bubba's real height, he's down to 5'9", 5'10". He's built like a keg. Does look like that guy from the 90 Day Fiancé or whatever it was. Seth is my age, he's 42. Good morning, Neil Montplaisir.
Lummy?
What point did I become suspicious of Dan? Oh, Dan and Bubba definitely are
you saying they are
Peter-in-laws?
You're saying they've dicked down each other?
No, not each other.
You're saying they've had threesomes together?
Yeah, I think they probably have.
Wow, that's
I probably in a nightclub back in like the early 90s, early 2000s.
Planet Bubba?
Planet Bubba, yeah.
Thank you.
That's just my hypothesis. I don't have any hard facts on that.
Look at the way I'm rubbing this chair.
No, I would never put a politician's sticker, clothing, anything on me.
You know what I want to know about? Because I saw you say, what about everybody with the Let's Go Brandon stickers, huh? Those aren't topical anymore. What do you do with those?
Brandon good choir.
Thank you. Oh, shit.
I told you right where they were, Bubba.
No, they weren't. They weren't where you said they were.
They weren't in the gym, right on the lower left. Like as soon as you walk out.
You didn't say in the gym.
Yes, I did.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Email us if you're coming to the Orlando meet and greet. I'd like to do, I think we're locked in at 100. I'd like to do 200. God, that'd be awesome. Huge. Scouting, so anyway, email us, Orlando at BubbaArmyHQ.com and tell us, hey, this is Fred, I'm going to be there. Appreciate you, so we can get a little bit of an idea. The Cash Cube, we're bringing the Cash Cube to the Ale House. We're going to fire it up for the last hour that we're there. And the formats will be, you just get in line and spin the wheel. You'll get whatever prize the wheel indicates. If it lands on the red sliver that says Cash Cube, you get to get in the Cash Cube and grab as much as you can for, is it 30 seconds, 15 seconds?
We said 15 seconds.
Yeah, maybe
30 seconds is a long time.
Yeah, 30 was a lot.
It's a long time.
15 seconds. And the only rule is you cannot reach onto the ground, or you cannot reach below your knees, and you cannot lean your body against the Cash Cube. That's it. If you want to open up your shirt and see if it'll fly into your belly, that's fine. There's all type of different techniques, but you just can't.
I think the shirt thing, man. I think that's a tough one for you. You're gonna get hurt by that.
Well, first of all, I mean, out of 100 people, there's probably only going to be, I think, like 15% when we were doing the statistics on landing on we spun it like I don't know how many times, and we equated it out to about 12 to 15%.
Yeah, I think it was like 10 to 15.
So let's say only 15 people get in it. Each person, I mean, you could maybe get $100. 1,500. Ooh, that is a little bit scary.
Just saying.
Anyway, the Cash Cube, less any weather problems, will be at the Davenport Ale House Saturday night, November 16th, part of our Orlando meet and greet. I ordered these boxing gloves because we were going to maybe have Tuttle and Colton do a boxing exhibition, because on that Friday night, we're going to be watching the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson deal.
We need a real undercard, not whatever fake undercard they run out there of 19, fights that, have to kill 6 hours before the main event. Then we're gonna have, we could have a Lummy Colton and Tuttle fight.
Yeah, before Jake Paul gets killed.
Yeah, we'll
Mike Tyson gets killed.
have an undercard that's better than their undercard.
Whoa!
So
Adam Nielsen, Hall of Famer, $1,000
for what? What for?
Venmo. He's able to listen live today.
Thursdays.
No,
Babyface Thursdays.
No, he's able to listen live.
Just throw in the Babyface Thursdays.
It's for Babyface.
Thank you.
Well, If Adam Nielsen didn't denote his G-ball as Babyface, then don't let Babyface back end on it, okay, buddy? Come on. Yeah, stop
being a bitch, Brian.
No, you stop being a bitch. You stop being a bitch.
I'm gonna stop being a bitch today, okay, Brian?
Letting him back his likeness into the G-ball.
Flat face.
Shovel face.
Shovel face.
Adam Nielsen didn't say specifically it was for Babyface, did he?
No, he did not.
So I ordered these 20-ounce gloves thinking, Lummy, that 20-ounce gloves are big bopper-type gloves that you really can't get hurt with. Because most most boxing matches, anywhere from 12 to 14 are where pro boxing is usually at. So I figured 20 would be, super big and you really couldn't hurt. So these things came in and but my God, those are
nice gloves.
You could really hurt somebody with these. I mean,
do you want to test it on Brian?
No, I don't. I don't want to test it on Brian, but I'm just going to tell you, these aren't nearly.
Why not? You can't hurt a shovel face with T-Rex arms.
What a dick.
Lummy popped hard on that one.
I'm just saying, Lummy, this isn't nearly as big and puffy as I thought. These are, if you connected with these, you could really put a hurting.
You could get knocked out?
Seth, come here for a sec.
Bubba, I'm aware. That's why I sent you kids' gloves.
That's true.
Seth, trust me.
That's what Erica said when Bubba took off his clothes the other night. It's not as big and puffy as I thought it would be.
That's kind of stiff.
That would hurt. That would
kids glove.
And feel how, that's a stiff glove. I don't know if I can let Colton and Tuttle fight with those. Somebody's going to get hurt with those gloves.
You remember you vetoed
the big boppers.
I know, but the big boppers looked like you had literally, trash cans on the end of your it didn't look like you could even.
It's funny, Bubba. We're doing a real prize fight.
Okay, listen, I might return these. I think I got 30 days to return them. I might return these and maybe try to find some kid big bopper deals because those
were like $200, weren't they?
No, they were $49.
Okay.
I sent him the ones Seth wanted. They're $20.
The kid big boppers?
Yes.
All right, let me see.
So do 2 sets of the big boppers, and because they're going to pop, and just have them fight with one arm tied behind their back, so that way they can't just put up a guard the entire time.
Yeah, because, right. So
you want to be the referee, Brian?
Sure, I'll ref.
These are the...
I'm firm but fair.
How many ounces are these, supposedly?
I don't... It's just
probably one.
It's full of air.
You just blow them up, Bubba.
They're full of air.
Yeah, but do they pop? I don't want them to pop. I don't think
those
break.
guys are going to hit them hard enough to have them pop.
Everything is more fun when it's giant size. Magic big bopper boxing gloves are fun for kids and nostalgic adults everywhere. Blow up these inflatable boxing gloves and get ready to rumble. This punching set features an inner grip. So I only have to buy one pair, right? Brian, because I'll give one, a right one to Tuttle and a left one to Colton.
Well, I was thinking having a second pair would give you the ability that if you did have a malfunction of the equipment, it wouldn't end the show.
Boxing hand gloves set includes one pair of gloves in one team color.
I don't think it's going to do any damage whatsoever. I mean, it's just going to be like a pillow fight. I
didn't want anybody to get hurt. I mean,
no, I know.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I can't use these 20-ounce ones because I hit Seth not even hard, but on the arm, and it's firm. I mean, Seth, it's firm. Can you imagine that being on your face?
No.
These are way, they may say 20 ounce, but they're 20 ounce really, really, really compacted hard. So I'm going to return these. I think you can return them, Lummy, within, 30 days?
Yeah, on Amazon, yeah.
Yeah, I got to return those 4 chairs, too.
Yes, you do. Yeah.
How'd you do that? How'd you order 4 extra chairs?
I don't know.
My theory, because when we were talking before the show, is like there's 6 there. I was like, he only meant to order 2 or 3, and it was late at night, and he accidentally ordered 3 times and forgot. You were pilled up. You were in Happy Land.
I don't know. I'm not going to necessarily disagree with you on that. Okay.
Has that happened to you before, that you've been really wasted at night or on your pill concoction and ordered stuff that you had no memory of
when I used to have a lot of money? Yes. And one time, remember, Lummy, when I had Craig the Bulldog? He was my
Yes.
my maintenance man. And when I lived in the house that I lived in, it was so big that you literally had to have, just like Tom's house, how they have Mr. Matt, Brian, because you need somebody there at all times. And when you got a 6,700 square foot house, there's something that always needs to be done.
Oh yeah,
there's just always something that's needs to be done. So I had Craig the Bulldog, and between the studios, my race shop, and my house, Craig the Bulldog was, my personal handyman. And so, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, so we got the race shop where we were doing the race cars, but I wanted to put in basketball goals. Actually the basketball goal that we got out front was the very first one that I bought, right? So I meant to buy 2 of those so we could go full court. Remember, Lummy, at the gym where we had 2?
Yeah, we had, yeah.
Well, I bought 2 of them, and they were $1,800 a piece because they were fully adjustable, glass backboard, they
were nice.
The rim, spring-loaded rim, so you can't, it's really, really the high line of outdoor basketball goals. Well, I did that on Monday night. I ordered 2. Well, then on Tuesday night, I forgot that I ordered 2 on Tuesday night. And then on Wednesday, and they didn't get, the first set didn't get there till Friday. So on Wednesday night, I ordered 2 more. So Friday, 2 of them come, and Craig the Bulldog starts setting them up. Well, then on Monday, 4 come. And then Heather says to me, hey, the UPS guy is having a really tough time because they're really the box and the hardware. You can imagine how big the boxes are, for a full-sized, outdoor basketball adjustable rim, how big it is. And she's like, hey, the UPS guy's here, and he's 4 of those. You ordered 2 of them, and they came already, and Craig's setting them up. But you got 4 more here. I'm like, 4? So I had to return them, and I forget how much it cost in shipping to return them and everything. But yes, to answer your question, I have been in fuzzy time and forgot that I ordered things. I don't think this was the case. I think I just misunderstood. I think they came in groups of 2, Lummy, and I ordered like maybe
3. 3 times 2 is 6. But did you need 3 chairs?
No, I needed 2.
So I don't know that theory pans out then.
I don't know.
That doesn't explain how you got 6.
I know this, that Lummy is going to put the chair number 2 together today.
Yep.
And we will be podcasting and visually and audibly from our podcast stage starting next week here and there. So Lummy's going to put chair number 2 together today. Lummy, you were supposed to carry, I know it's you were supposed to carry the chair to the stage, but you forgot yesterday.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So I did it.
Thank you.
No problem.
That's
Are you
great.
taking that out of his $50?
No. Soon as he gets chair number 2 done today, all he has to do is text me and says chair 2's done, and I will Zelle him $50.
Thank you, Nikki Peel, $50.
Thank you, Nikki Peel.
You don't trust him enough to send it to him now, and on his word that he'll finish putting it together.
I do, but that's not the agreement we had.
Yeah.
We had the agreement when you finish both, I'll send it to you. And Lummy will tell you right now, all my guys will tell you, from Rhett to if I tell you I'm going to send you money or I owe you money, I get it to you. I
don't question that. I don't see you as somebody trying to bamboozle people out of money.
Ever. I'm good. I'm really good about that. I really am. Sometimes I maybe have forgot, and you might need to remind me, but it's not because I'm being cheap. It's just because I forgot, and as soon as you remind me, I'll get it right to you.
Yeah, this is the only job I've had where you get random texts about that extra money that you're getting in your paycheck.
Yeah, and I'll give that to you occasionally if you earn it, and all of you do. Of which Scout and Big Gulp sent us a little bit of they send packages all the time. God bless them. I hope that their travel schedule, they get it worked out so that they don't miss BARP. That really has got me freaked out. They've never missed BARP. I'm really bummed out about that. So Seth, I think they sent a package to you.
Yeah.
For Sammy. Is it for Sammy?
I think so. Should I open?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
yes. Right. Scout and Big Gulp sent a package.
Oh, hold on. I'm getting it out of the package before I hold it up. This is naughty, man. This is naughty. Check this out.
Oh, man, I wish I had one of those.
Oh, a Caitlin Clark jersey for her?
For
oh,
Sammy.
Man, she's gonna be the coolest kid in school.
You got to take a picture with Sammy in that.
Oh wow.
Oh hell yeah.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
Just don't let her go to Chicago and see Angel Reese's fans.
all 3 of them?
Yeah, all 3 of them. Wow.
Thank you.
That kicks ass.
Thank you so much, especially because she's getting into basketball now. Thank you so much, Scout and Big Gulp. That's awesome.
Your daughter's getting into basketball?
Yeah, she's playing in November.
Oh, my daughter's starting a clinic on Saturday.
Really?
Yeah.
Should we get them together for some dribbling drills?
Yeah, that's about it, right?
No, but hold on now. And would both of you who have daughters about the same age, would both of you attribute your daughter's newfound enthusiasm for female basketball because of Caitlin Clark?
No, 0% from my daughter. My daughter has no awareness of who Caitlin Clark is.
Okay.
She just wanted a sport that wasn't outside all the time because she was playing soccer. And she's it's too hot. I don't like this.
But I do think that your daughter might be the minority because I think a lot of there's not the
she
minority.
Is half black. Yeah.
I think that Sammy has a newfound love for basketball because of the Caitlin Clark effect.
It's through me.
And I think that, but still, even though it's through you, she picked it up.
Yes.
Like the way that I became a Green Bay Packer fan was my dad we often become fans or enthused about things that our parents are into. Like you probably got your love for the Chicago Bears through your father.
Yeah, it's a family thing.
Yeah. And
a lot of misery on Sundays together, bonding.
Boy, you guys have had a pretty tough run between the Bears and the White Sox. It's been tough sledding for the Kushner, Chicago,
I know. I hold that against my family.
I think it builds character early to watch a terrible team.
Yeah. It's so easy to cheer for a team that's good, and lazy kids do that.
And here's the deal, man.
Woke America root for good teams.
They're all Chicago Bulls fans in the 90s.
Right.
Get out of here.
So my dad...
Try being a Knicks fan in the 90s. It sucked.
Trust TV.
So I was born in 1966, so I really didn't start kind of understanding football till probably 1971, 72. When you're 5, 6, you start kind of understanding. But my dad, was such a Packer fan, and they didn't have the streaming and direct TV, that the only way that we could even, hear or watch or whatever the Packer game, because we lived in northern Indiana and we were in Chicago Bears television territory. So every Sunday we got the Bears game. And, if you're a Packer fan, you hate the Bears. So we had to watch the Bears, but my dad rigged up an antenna from his garage that he could get. I don't know what the dial position to WTMJ AM. It might be AM 620 WTMJ out of Milwaukee, and they were the flagship radio station for Green Bay. So we would have to, Brian, go out to my dad's garage and mess around with this makeshift antenna on the roof in order to get WTMJ, and we would listen to the ball game. And, that's a whole the younger generation don't know what it's like to really have to listen to that's a whole nother experience.
That's okay that they don't know that, Bubba. I don't think everybody has to sit around.
I think it made Bubba. I mean, growing up here in Tampa, you couldn't watch the Bucs.
This is blacked out.
Blacked out. So every
off.
Sunday,
Gene Decker, yes, and it really builds. It builds a better overall fan, knowledgeable. It builds a more knowledgeable fan if you have to listen to the radio and kind of in your mind, try to see what they're, picture what's going on. But it makes you appreciate. It makes you learn the players more. And it makes you have to pay attention to the game, listening to it on the radio. So
probably makes you better at fantasy football.
Hierarchy said that it is WTMJ 620.
Yeah, exactly. How about pulling that one out of my ass? Of course, I won't get any credit for it. Stand by.
Go, Pack, go!
What credit would you like for it, Bubba? I'll give it to you.
None.
Oh, okay.
So we 2 times a year, because now listen, in the 70s, I mean, it's much like what you're going through right now with the White Sox and the Bears, Seth. In the 70s and the 80s, Packers sucked. They are horrible. They made the playoffs in 72 with John Brockington, and Dan Devine came from the University of Missouri. They made him the general man. Think about this, like this would happen in today's NFL. Dan Devine came from the University of Missouri, and the Vince Lombardi, he was he won 2 Super Bowls, and then he stepped down to be just the general manager, and Phil Binkston, his assistant, took over. And within 2 years, Vince was already gone because the Washington, at that time, Redskins, offered him ownership of Washington. And within, I think his first year, he went like 7-5. And then the second year he died of prostate cancer. So the Packers, since Vince Lombardi left in 68, 69, they were complete ass buckets. They then are they're so bad that they hire a guy named Dan Devine from the University of Missouri, a college coach. Think about this in today's NFL. You hire a college coach, and you not only make him your head coach, but you make him your general manager too. He sucked, except he pulled one out of his ass.
Yeah, he
In
did.
1972, they made the playoffs.
Divine intervention.
They got beat by Washington. That's when they had the running back duo of MacArthur Lane and John Brockington from Ohio State. And then it went clear till, I think, 82 until they made the playoffs again, and that was the the scab/strike shortened season of 82. And so we only got to watch the Packers 2 times a year on TV, and it was when they played the Bears, and the Bears owned the Packers all through the 70s and especially the 80s. I mean, my God, that's when the Bears were really, really good. So it was tough, man, being a Packer fan. Well, until Mike Holmgren got there in 92, I think it was.
Good job, 92.
Thank you. Then
Holmgren and Favre together.
Well, hold on. Ron Wolf, the ex-general. By the way, Ron Wolf, who used to work for the Bucks,
in the 70s.
Then went to the Jets, and Ron Wolf saw Brett Favre somewhere and knew that he wanted him, and so he cut a deal with Atlanta and got him. And I remember exactly where I was on Hot 102 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, do an afternoon drive in January of 91, I forget what year it was. And it's when they traded for Favre, and they thought his name was Favre. I remember, the new Hot 102, Bubba the Love Sponge, that was Debbie Dab Lookout Weekend, and the news out of Green Bay, because Milwaukee is, Milwaukee's the largest city in Wisconsin, so all the major media and everything were reporting this, and so like big breaking news: Green Bay Packers get a new quarterback from Atlanta, played for Ole Miss, number 1 draft pick. Southern Miss. Brett Favre. Brett Favre. And I was like, who in the hell is Brett Favre? And then at that time, the Magic Man, Don Majkowski, actually, under Lindy and Fonnie, had a couple good years. He was doing pretty good. And, and I'm like, man, nobody can beat the Magic. Why are you getting rid of the Magic Man? That's the future of the team. Brett Favre comes in, and the rest is history. Really, for that year, Lummy, they announced that number 7, the Magic Man, was going to be the starter. And again, they were down, I think, was it 23-0
against the Bengals, right?
Against the Bengals. And Magic Man twists an ankle, and they bring in the gunslinger, Brett Favre, and he brings him back to win the ball game. And he never, ever, Magic Man never touched the field again. I think he went on to be a journeyman. He went to Indianapolis and Detroit. I think he followed Lindy and Fondy to Indianapolis, just like Tony Mandrich did. And then I think he ended up in Detroit as a backup. But
this trip down memory lane brought to you by Werther's Originals. How do we even get on this?
I don't know. I don't know.
Where are we?
I think somehow we were talking about Caitlin Clark and then, Caitlin Clark jersey.
Kids growing up watching the WNBA.
Yeah, and
then we were talking about how we had to listen
Thank
to
you.
it.
I honestly completely forgot.
And Bubba, you're lucky. At least in the '80s, you guys got to play the Bucks twice a year, which was always pretty much a loss for us.
When the Packers got to play the Bucks, we'd at least had a chance in that game.
Exactly, we were winning 2 games sometimes.
But don't forget, man, the Bucks in '79 pulled one out of their ass. They went clear to the NFC Championship game.
Sure did.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the '80s, Bubba, with Lehman Benton and Ray Perkins.
Yeah, when we were alive, Bubba, during the '80s.
Yeah. And Richard Williams.
Man, the Bucks, they even had some real, oh my God, when Lehman Bennett and Ray Perkins, some of those dudes were here, man. Oh. Then Sam Weich came in there. Everybody thought it was going to be like, remember they were like 5-2, and the front page of the paper had Sam going 5 and had him going 5, and then they lost their next 6 games.
Yes, it went 7-9. Yeah, well, Bubba, listen, when Sam Weich came in.
What year did your family move down here, Seth? What year did you guys get down here?
1985.
85, okay.
So you're a pretty big Bucks fan by now, right, Seth?
I love
being here your entire life.
No, he's a Bears fan.
I bleed creamsicles and pewter and red.
Nice.
You may want to go to a doctor for that. But I just don't get why you guys don't
swing for my beanbag, dude. I was raised a Bears fan, okay?
And I was raised a Packer fan.
It's like a religion. There's no just changing it up.
And I like the Bucks. They're my second team, but my favorite team is the Packers. His is the Bears. It's you inherit it from your dad.
I just don't get it.
Just because you didn't have a dad doesn't mean...
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Two restaurants.
One in Orlando. Actually, I think both were in Orlando.
Lummy, will you take these gloves and take them up to the gym?
But didn't the Blazers own hula hands? I thought they...
No.
They
didn't?
No, the Blazers didn't buy the team until after that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
The other hula hands was at Penthouse Club.
Yeah, that's what
And then they went out of business.
And don't forget about Patches O'Houlihan from Dodgeball.
Yeah. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Can you name the actor? Coolest name in acting.
Yes, it's like Chip or C or he's got like a fighting.
It rhymes with Chip.
Rip.
Big song for Natalie Imbruglia in 1996, 94.
She's from Australia, right?
Yeah. His last name was that.
Rip Kangaroo? What is it?
Rip Ray Gun.
What?
Rip Torn.
Rip Torn.
Nothing's right, I'm
What a fake name.
Yeah, his real name is probably like Isaac Mendelson.
Rip Torn. Get the fuck out of here.
Why do Jewish actors do that?
Change their name?
Like, yeah, go to something like not. So Elmore, Rural Rip Torn. No, his last name was Torn. His nickname was Rip.
But his first name was Elmore.
Elmore Torn probably doesn't become a movie star.
Okay, correction. My mom said we moved in 84, guys. 84.
Sorry.
So you have no recollection of being in Chicago at all?
Shut the fuck up, dude. What do you want? When I'm 6 years old and I'm rooting for the Bears, am I supposed to go, oh no, I'm in Orlando. Let me root for the team Tampa. No, my daddy told me who to root for. My daddy raised me.
My paw.
See, my paw gave me the choice of free will.
And what? Look where that got you.
You didn't even have a real paw.
It got you into the baby gap.
I absolutely have a real paw.
You don't know who your real paw is.
Your real paw left you at a more painful time than my real paw left me.
Did your real paw try to ever come find you?
He doesn't know who his real paw is.
No, I have no desire to find him.
His real paw tried to have a fucking post-birth abortion, but they wouldn't do it.
They tried. They said, oh, if only it was 2024 instead of 1982. We could have an abortion when the baby's 10 days old. Good morning, wifey of Guru.
Well, according to Donald Trump, if you lived in Virginia under the one governor, he could just set you aside and then they make the
figure out what to do with you later.
Yeah.
I like this aggressive Bubba.
Damn right,
the
Maitland in the
listeners
house.
love it.
Brian, come on, it's not like we were born in Arizona. The Bears it's a fucking institution. I mean, there's like certain teams you don't venture out from.
They're one of the original two, them and the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's like the Steelers and the Giants and the Packers.
I guess.
The Browns. I mean, say you're sorry.
You're sorry.
All right. Well, I can't do the podcast with him anymore.
I don't
know. There's too much tension.
I will say this. If you want to go into one area where Seth is a snowflake, it is absolutely his sports team.
Stop and go Steve, 74 months.
That is one area you can't.
All right, well, at least I'm not a snowflake in every other aspect.
That's true, like Bubba.
At least I can take
At least I can take somebody trashing my fantasy football team.
2006 money, 57 months.
Well, the thing is that I'm actually used to NFL and Yahoo trashing my fantasy team for me.
Yeah, saying you drafted poorly. I traded DK Metcalf for Ramondre Stevenson yesterday in one of my leagues.
You got Ramondre?
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Especially since my running backs were A-Chain and Zamir White.
Well, A-Chain's supposed to be the guy this week.
If he's good to go today.
Now, some people are saying that the Love deal isn't as big of a deal as it is, and he might be back. Like, they left a window of maybe playing this weekend. Did you guys see that?
No.
What happened? Lummy was talking.
That the Love deal may not be as bad as...
Oh, no, they're not putting him on IR. They said he may be back 2 or 3 weeks.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
Today about 9:15, we'll have Leah. I think she's in charge of marketing for Creative Loafing of Tampa. Now, does Creative Loafing have other cities that they do Creative Loafing magazine?
Yeah. They're all over.
I mean, they're all over, aren't they?
Yes.
Right. Maybe Leah will be able to give us all of the cities that they're in. It's been Creative Loafing has been in Tampa for what does anybody have the start date of Creative Loafing in Tampa? I know that I think it might have been around back when I had nightclubs and Ybor. I think it goes back to maybe the mid 90s. Creative Loafing?
Creative Loafing, the original is 1972.
In what city?
Atlanta.
And so anyway, this is Creative Loafing is a local magazine, but in several different cities, and it kind of is like it skews entertainment.
1988 in Tampa.
1988. So even before I got here, but it'll tell you where all the concerts are. It'll tell you arts and entertainment, food and drink. They have what we'll be promoting with Leah is their Best of the Bay every year about this time in September. Their September, or I don't know if it's their October edition or their September edition. Is what is affectionately known as Best of the Bay, and there's all kinds of categories.
They released it the day after.
600 categories.
Is there?
Yes.
I mean, if you want to know the best pizza joint, the best barbershop,
dog groomer,
the best dog groomer, the best, a place to go out on a Saturday night,
the best sound engineer,
the best black-owned business, the best filmmaker, the best lawyer, the best law firm, the best radio personality, the best news personality, the best person to follow on Twitter, the best. Just you think of it, and they probably got a category for it, and it's kind of a cool thing. This. Because of our good listener, Lummy Warthog, we really need to really pay homage to that guy.
Well, I
and
bought
Brian,
him and his wife a VIP ticket each, so
okay.
they will be at the event.
You know what? Can you send me the link to that? Because I got to buy my tickets.
Yeah, I've got coupon codes too.
Oh, you do?
For the people who were in the finalists.
Okay,
got
cool.
Special codes. Save you like $10 a ticket.
Will you get that to me?
Sure.
Thank you. She'll be probably talking a little bit about the Creative Loafing magazine. Not only the one thing about Creative Loafing is it comes in an actual physical magazine type. They have boxes all around the entertainment communities or areas of Tampa, but it also has a huge. Everything is going online, and of course it's cltampa.com for creativeloafing.com. And Lummy, that's the Tampa domain.
Well, what's really cool about Creative Loafing is they've got they pretty much have a photographer at every major event that happens in Tampa, so you can go on afterwards and see a lot of cool stuff from. Let's say there's a concert at the Hard Rock. They'll have somebody. They're going to have somebody there that's taking a lot of great photographs.
They had a photographer at the Eric Andre show a couple months ago.
The one we were at?
Yeah.
Right.
They put it up. They put up a review and everything on the site after.
Remember the one where they didn't mention you, Bubba?
Yeah, that one.
I'll have to ask Leah about that. It's a guy that's been nominated for several awards.
So tell me who this Jimmy Jabroni guy is that wrote the article.
No, but I'll tell you this, man. Seth, you being an EP of a radio, of just an EP in general of different things. Lummy, you as an EP, you can usually lean heavily on Creative Loafing on what's coming to town. They're really good about every little nook and cranny, even some of the smaller venues, about what type of, what comedian, what band, what group, what spoken word, what, whatever is coming to town on anything from a 80-seat venue to, Amalie Arena. They're really good about arts and entertainment with regards to covering it once it's been here, but also promoting it, as well. You can pick off guests a lot by just, following Creative Loafing. So it's CL Tampa. I think I made a mistake. So it's cltampa.com, and that's their digital presence. Their website, Creative Loafing, is very, very easy to navigate through. And so if you have an opportunity and you live in this area, go by and watch and look at Creative Loafing. See, everything from food and drink to music to, and again, I think the October edition. They announced does the edition of the Best of the Bay come out the day after the awards?
That's what they say. Yeah.
So the 26th.
Yes.
Because the awards are the 25th. At the Hard Rock.
Yeah, we'll actually be able to get the physical copy at the award show.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Brian's been nominated. Rhett's been nominated. Seth and his podcast, Operation Pigmentation's been nominated. I've been nominated. The show's been nominated. The Diacos have been nominated.
Tara
has been nominated.
Merch Crick.
Did the Merch Crate get nominated?
Yep.
She did?
Yep.
I did not know that.
Best customer service or something like that.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Well, Warthog had the show and its satellites like me nominated in 19 categories.
Oh, so we got nominated
in 19.
Meaning nominated, meaning we're finalists.
No, nominated meaning you're up like of the anywhere from 5 to 10 that were up for the award.
Right. All the people you just mentioned, Bubba, were finalists.
Finalists, I mean, they're at least in the final 3.
Right. I don't think Merch Crick's in the final. I don't think she's a finalist.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Maybe Leah will give us a list, maybe privately, of what we're finalists in, so that we can make sure that everybody that is a finalist at least gets a ticket. Because you got a chance. Now, they will not tell you if you won. Because they can't. If they tell you you won, and then all of a sudden you're just like, hey, man, I won, before the venue, well, then the other 2 people aren't going to come.
Well,
I wouldn't come.
Yeah, and the finalists get a certificate as well at the award show party thing.
Well, they get it
says finalist, and then the winner says winner.
Oh, okay. So the
winner's like a plaque.
And the finalists are like a certificate?
Now, I think everybody gets a certificate. You can buy a plaque if you want.
What? They charge you now?
I'm thinking yes, but
they used to just give them to you.
Yeah, I think those days
times are
over.
tough. We used to let people into our parties. Now we charge them $2,400. I mean, times are tough. I mean, right? Let me fish on the J. 25. Brian is my favorite flat shoveled-faced attorney.
There you go.
So I think Brian and his firm's going. I think Jay and Dan are going. I think Tara is going. I know we're all going. At least you guys need to tell me who wants to go so I can get you a ticket. I think Latin Sons, I think Craig and Rio are going. They're nominated. They're a finalist in, I think, Seth, they're a finalist in 3 categories.
That's what I heard.
I heard they were finalists in Best Black-Owned Business, Best Barbershop, and Operation Pigmentation. So that's pretty cool.
I hope they win.
That's the power of the Bubba Army, man. It's ridiculous. They got when I spoke to the guy about being a finalist, he called me up. And
by the way, he called me. I begged him. He's like, Bubba, I just can't.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't tell me either. But he asked, he's like, hey, you don't advertise with us or anything. How'd you do it? And I said, 100% the Bubba Army. And I was like,
listeners.
100%.
I mean, this Warthog who thought of it and nominated us, the Bubba Army who went and voted for us daily, and let me the Creative Loafing. They're very much, they do their due diligence, and the rule is, 1 vote per day per IP, and so that you can't have some kind of machine in there doing it. They actually, really, really look into that, and they looked into us, and they're like, no, you just got a lot of people that listen, and a lot of, a lot of different IPs from all over the world, voted for you guys in the 19 different categories that you were nominated in. So it's Wednesday the 25th. I'll have Leah on in here today for the last 30 minutes or so of the show. Now, let me, regular listeners of Tampa or Orlando or anybody that could get here, you can buy tickets for the event too. Hang out with us. Get a pic. What if Craig and Rio win, man? They're gonna have these. They're gonna want pictures and everything. They'd love for fans to take pictures with them.
Yeah, I guess absolutely.
Now, when you told them that this is what Craig and Rio did, Seth told them that they're finalists in these 3 categories, and Rio's like, "Well, man, we're gonna start telling people to vote," and like, voting's over, buddy. Right?
Yes.
See, this is voter suppression, man. This is what the Republicans do.
What?
The voter suppression. They didn't even know there was a vote happening.
I think Creative Loafing's a little far left.
I'm joking, dude. It's jokes,
so anyway, back over to the Caitlin Clark deal that I got so sidetracked on. I ended up with a AM 620 WTMJ kicker with a John Brockington and Chicago Bears and Buck 79 NFC Championship. I went down all kinds of different rabbit holes, but with regards to Caitlin Clark, I call it the Sammy effect. Think about how many girls Sammy's just a regular. Is she 7?
Yeah.
Just a regular 7-year-old girl. Gets interested in maybe things that her mom and dad likes. And she has now become a Caitlin Clark fan to the point where she wants to start playing the sport. Think about how good that is for girls basketball.
Oh, it's huge.
And think about, like, say, I don't know, 12, 13 years from now. No, less than that. Like 10 years from now. No, like 8 years from now, where these, 7-year-olds are now 15.
7.5 years from now.
7.5, however, 5, 6, 7 years from now, where these 7-year-olds that stick with it, they're gonna, if you stick with anything and practice and make it your primary sport for 6 years, starting at 7, you're naturally going to be pretty good at it. You're going to be good. You're going to have gone through middle school. You're going to probably now be in high school playing that sport. And you may not have played that sport if Caitlin Clark never came around and your dad didn't, become a fan of hers and you then become interested in the sport. And so think about the influx of talent that's coming down the pike if these people, girls like Sammy, stick with it.
Women's soccer is in trouble.
Yeah, no, it really is.
And actually,
they don't have anybody. Women's soccer doesn't have anything for little girls to gravitate
to. This
right
is
now.
kind of funny because Hinstar, who's a listener, him and I were talking about the U.S. Open when the men's tennis was going on, and there hasn't been a men's major champion since 2009 or something like that with Andy Roddick, maybe even 2003, and then 2009 was the last finals. And as we started discussing it, kind of came to the realization that the reason
there's not been an American,
a men's tennis champion, and the reason that I can that I can pinpoint is Tiger Woods.
Yes.
He took all those country club kids that would have gravitated some towards golf, some towards tennis, and they all went into golf. And none of them focused on tennis anymore.
The effect that Larry Bird and, Magic Johnson and later on down the line Michael Jordan had on kids to play basketball. Then look at fast forward to where we are now, probably, Steph Curry and some of these huge, Kevin Garnett, some of these huge players over the years, probably a lot of them, when you interview them, they're like, hey, I was a huge Magic Johnson fan. And that's how I got involved in basketballs, because my dad watched Magic Johnson and Larry Bird and I wanted to be them. So, these kids that are now getting exposed to girls basketball is just going to be huge for girls basketball. It's going to make it so much more healthy, and they'll eventually, on their own, have a better roster of talent because kids are getting involved. I don't know that Sammy would pick up basketball if Caitlin Clark wasn't. Seth didn't really like Caitlin Clark and find himself, like the same with me. I find and I've never done this since hasn't the WNBA been around for like 15 years?
WNBA, maybe even more, maybe like 25, 20,
I think.
All right,
28.
so and for however many years the WNBA has been around, I have on my ESPN app, the Indiana Fever, I look every day to see if they're on the Ion network, and it takes a little finding sometimes, but I find myself seeing on the weekends when I can stay up a little bit later if the Fever got, a Sunday matinee game or a Saturday night game, and I find myself seeking out the Indiana Fever game so that I can watch Caitlin Clark. And Seth said he does the same thing.
They actually said that they're expecting an uptick in boys transitioning to want to play women's basketball. That's how much of an effect she's going to have on the world. A lot of 7-year-old boys are now saying, I want to be like Caitlin Clark.
Yeah. And that's going to be horrible.
Now you're against it?
Well, I'm against that. I'm against that whole thing in general with regards to allowing, human beings with XY chromosomes play female sports. Like, I'm sorry. Like, it's just not the way it's supposed to be. It's just not fair. And somebody needs to put somebody needs to nip this in the bud. I think we pretty much have. I mean, I don't think the WNBA would allow that. Do you? I mean,
no, I was joking, man.
I mean, but the Olympics allowed it. The Olympics allowed it.
Well, did they?
In boxing.
Did they, though?
I mean,
what I'm understanding is that woman was born a woman, but is one of those is actually one of the real ones that is kind of hermaphroditic.
Here's the deal.
In a sense.
Here's how you make the rule. If you have a penis.
Yeah, she didn't have a penis.
Yes, she did.
No, she did not.
No, she didn't.
The Iranian boxer lady or whatever she was.
Did they do a check?
Algerian.
Did they check for a penis?
There's pictures of her from being a little girl, like
That's
little
child
girl,
porn,
little
Brian,
girl.
you nasty.
What?
That's child porn, you nasty.
I don't have pictures of her genitalia from when she was a little girl, but do you think in Algeria they're raising little? I mean, there wouldn't be a boy dressed as a girl at
I'm just
6
saying,
years old in Algeria.
somebody, a doctor preferably, had to check her genitalia, right?
Yes.
You have to. You got to. You just can't take their word for it. Hey, she doesn't have a penis.
You mean like as an Olympian, you have to check the?
No, I mean I'm way before that.
Oh, okay, all right.
You know, probably like when she and I don't want, again, you know, pediatricians are made to deal with kid stuff, so there had to be a pediatrician or a kid's doctor or something like that along the way when she started getting involved in female athletics. They probably had to do a genitalia check. Because if she had a big old honking penis, I mean, doesn't that change the game a lot? She didn't. This Algerian boxer did not. She was really, what do they say? It's like 0.101% that people are really born to hermaphrodite. But in doing that, if you're a hermaphrodite and you got a more prominent penis than you do vagina, then I think that then you're more of a boy than a girl. And I'm just spitballing here and thinking off the top of my head.
But they're making that decision.
Somebody
had
to do that check.
But I think when they're making that decision early on, it's not. You know, it's really early on in the process. It's not like they're waiting until they go through puberty and being like, well, let's see which turns out better, the penis or the vagina. I mean...
No, I mean, but if there was evidence of a big old honking penis when early on when they did the genitalia check, then I think she gets recategorized and probably is not allowed to play female athletics because it looks like she is more male than female, right?
I guess, man. This is above my pay grade.
They said that they did a genitalia check and she did not have a penis. There's been testimony or there's been fodder that happened, correct? Well, somebody had to do that. And if she was more male than female, obviously she's not. They determined that she didn't have a penis and that she was more female. She had a vagina. But...
Was this about the private parts at all?
No, it's about her testosterone levels.
Well, I know, but with your testosterone levels comes probably, the equipment, right?
Yeah, sometimes.
All right. Well, I don't think we're going to be able to sled through that.
Well, every case is a little bit uniquely different.
This isn't like Leah Thompson, okay? This is totally different.
Well, she's not XY.
Right.
I mean, she's not XY.
She's not XX.
All right. No, she's not. But she's not XY.
No, she is XY. Leah is.
Leah is XY.
Yeah, the Algerian was like XXY or something like that.
Yeah,
I think.
that and what is it? The Taiwanese boxer. There was two.
Yeah,
in the Olympics.
And Leah Thomas was XY, right?
Yes. Leah Thomas was the 450th ranked male before she became the champion of the females.
And here's the deal with that. Again, all you got to do is just say, "Hey, we got to check your genitalia." And if Leah Thomas has got a penis. You can't play with the girls if you got a penis.
Well, we just
can't.
Well, what if Leah cut her penis off when she transitioned? Is that cool then?
I think it's determined on when you cut your penis off. Like if you cut your penis, well, see, you can't even really.
Are these your rules, or are these like rules that people go by?
These should be life rules of what they should be.
There you go.
I think they're angling more towards my rules, but I mean, man, they're you know what they are? They're common sense rules, is what they are. But nobody wants to tell little Leah no. Nobody wants to be the hard ass and say, no, you can't swim because you're the 456th ranked guy. You're a guy. You've competed against guys. You rank 456. You can't all of a sudden put lipstick on and wear a one-piece, swimsuit and say that you're a girl and beat all the girls because you're a guy. You're a dude. No. Like Brian said, you were this was when this Leah Thomas thing was going down. Really, the only way it's ever going to really work is when all 8 of them are on the blocks and they say, ready, set, and they blow the gun off, go. All 7 of them just stood there, and Leah jumped in and swam her own race, and they all boycotted it. It's going to take something like that, but I've not seen that yet.
Nothing is going to be some sort of sweeping one way. Everything is going to continue to be a case-by-case basis because it's going to happen in high school. It's going to happen in the NCAA. It's going to happen in the Olympics. It's going to happen in professional sports. Like, it's going to happen all over, and each one is going to be handled, I think, differently. I just think you have to look at each case.
How would you feel? Let's say little Sammy starts playing basketball like she is.
She runs into Shaquita O'Neal.
And she's getting pretty good, and she's like 11 or 12 now, and she's starting to play in the middle school team, and she's, good. And then Shaquita O'Neal comes in here, and she's 6'2", and she's really a guy, and she's not good enough to be on the 7th or 8th grade boys basketball team. She got cut from there. He did. But she comes over here and, she drives the lane. Sammy takes a charge. And because, she's 5 times the size of Sammy gets hurt because she's playing against a boy. And the boy's the boy looks like LeBron James compared to everybody else. I mean, you as a parent, you and Phoebe as a parent, I guarantee you would let your displeasure be known to the municipality or the school system or the coach or something.
Nah, little LeBronica just wants to play.
LeBronica. I mean, Seth, as a dad, what would you do?
I would take my daughter out of that league. I wouldn't try to get I would. First of all, if their 12-year-old is fully transitioned, that's
a problem that you've allowed that.
That's a whole nother topic.
That's a problem that you as a parent have allowed that, that chemical, that procedure to be done on somebody that young.
Yeah, that's a tough scenario. Maybe, but if that did happen, and my daughter's taking charges from
LeBronia,
LeBronica from women that are 6'2" and used to be boys, I'm gonna take her.
And Sammy's 5'4", 89 pounds, and LeBronica is 6'2", 210. I'm just saying.
You've got this transitioned, fully grown male at 12 years old.
Look at the size of 8th grade boys and look at the size of 8th grade girls. There's some 8th grade boys that are over 6 foot.
But that kid's making this basketball team.
Not if he's awkward and not that good. Not if he's,
But if he's that awkward, is he driving the lane on
against
Sammy?
Against 5'2" Sammy? He is.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. And the problem in itself isn't LeBronica has been allowed to do this. The problem in itself is that the parents, if they're just putting lipstick on their son, that's one thing. But if they've actually started the transitioning at that age, do we have rules on that? Like, are there rules?
There are certain states that are passing laws about it, yes.
I think California is one of the more liberal ones. And what is the law in California with regards to? They even have
every third child has to be transitioned in California.
I think in California,
that's how liberal they are.
I think in California they got a rule where the kid cannot tell the parents, I want to be a girl, and they can go to the teacher. I could be wrong, and correct me if I am. But they can go to their teacher and say, I want to be a girl, and their teacher can start that process behind the parents' backs. That's what I thought I read.
So you mean I could send my son to school and then he comes home and I have a daughter now?
I think, Lummy, will somebody look that up and verify if I'm right or wrong?
I'm looking, yeah.
Where I think they can go behind the parents' backs and start that process if you just go and tell your teacher.
They can completely flip a kid from a boy to a girl in an 8-hour school day, and that's what's happening.
So
hold on, Lemmy's going to give us the official ruling. Not trying to be one-liners. Lemmy's give us the official ruling, because the way I read it was, if your kid goes to its teacher and says, "I'm afraid to tell my mom and dad I want to be a girl, but I want to be a girl," they can start that process without parental consent.
Yeah, it looks like there's a California law for transgender youth that the state will take custody of the child from the parent.
See, how, I know you're left, Brian, but how extreme is that?
It's
wrong.
That's pretty extreme, I think. It's like the cases where the kids have cancer and the parents don't want to treat it.
Well, that's
no. I know. But that's along the same mentality. Is that no? The state knows better, so in California they've determined that the mental health of the child
somehow
it trumps the parental rights. I don't know that I agree with that at all.
I mean, that seems my God, that's extreme.
That's pretty liberal.
Little Johnny.
But that's what's great about states' rights, right? That's what we're all for. That's why we left abortion up to the states, so we shouldn't really complain about it, right? It's just the states' rights, so it's the people in the state.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a states' rights issue.
If you people in California are stupid enough to put people in charge that will allow Johnny to go to his 6th grade teacher and say, "I want to be Jennifer," but and the teacher goes, "Well, you need to tell your mom." "I can't tell my mom and dad because they're gonna not let me do it," and so the teacher then enrolls this kid into some kind of state program, and you're saying, Lemmy, where the kid actually gets taken away, could be the best parents in the world. The best parents in the world.
It looks like Washington has that too.
The best parents in the world raising their son to be a great kid, do your homework, be polite, don't get in trouble, but I'm going to get my kid taken away from me by the state because I think my son should stay a son. But he wants to be a bitch.
Oh, wow.
So he goes to the school system and they make him a bitch. Brian, couldn't you sue the school?
No, not in California.
You couldn't sue the municipality. They're like, I would be hurt. Well, my son's already left me, but I'm saying
my son came home a bitch. He left school like a man.
My son left as a boy.
May I write me a song about my son being taken away from me by the state of California and forced to transition?
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Perfect. Thank you.
Doug Harrington, 34 months. Fan Orlando, 29 months. Guys. You think you're doing an Adam Nielsen?
Yeah, that should be the only thing. I think the live decision, the rest, or he does whatever.
I'm about to email you and Brad an audio clip of it's the old barracks feed that went to the reflector service versus the new feed. It's so much better, Bubba. Jesus Christ. It's like a computer sound to more fidelity than mics or anything. So like 10 seconds there's a beep beep and that's when the new audio sounds.
Okay, good
So
way.
you can
Like
hear
as
it.
a friend. I don't want to do it out of anger.
I usually do this on my phone.
It's just a form of affection. $199 tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Okay. And then no after show today?
No. Oh, no, they're doing Brian
Are they recording or doing it live?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I think, Bubba, do you think the app would make that song, or would it be like, no, we're not doing that
Won't
song?
do it.
It won't do anything like transitioning or anything like that?
It won't.
I know it won't do curse words. I won't do like mean stuff, but
It
would
will give a curse words, Bubba.
It will not.
It will. You gotta hit the explicit.
I don't have that option.
oh, you gotta pay for the pro explicit version.
I got the pro.
Then you should have the explicit.
Then you should have explicit.
No. Let me. Do you have the same app?
Did you have to have a white
I'll send you a screenshot of where the explicit is. Explicit content.
You got 2 cards?
All right, send it to me where it's at. 'Cause I'm working on the anti-babyface song, and it's fucking really. It'll take a day.
Are you gonna do all the lines, or are you gonna let AI get creative? I think you'll probably have to really. I'll send you a line, shovel face. I mean, there's things we're gonna need in there.
Yeah, how about you do an AI one and I'll do a real one and we'll see.
I mean, you just sent it to me.
Yes, it did.
So I bet you the AI would do one about someone transitioning, being forced by the state of California to transition.
Yeah, transition's not a bad.
I mean, I haven't gotten it yet.
It's a picture. It's a screenshot.
It's what?
Screenshot.
The podcast day, I want to talk about, like the 30-year-old childless cat ladies. I want to.
Can you resend it?
Against the 50-year-old.
Yeah.
Pencils.
I lost my fucking.
Childless.
I am screen.
Oh, I was sending it on the phone.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you wanted that out there.
Oh, okay. But
Yeah. I think
There's
so,
just
too.
where you can click on explicit content
Because they're the forgotten ones.
They are,
in the menu.
they are the ones. They're the real heroes.
They're the ones that really hate that other people have the freedom to vote for who they want to. They don't like that. They wish deep down if they had a kid that they could tell who to vote for. So then they tell the world who to vote for.
What?
Did you see the pathetic dad, Michigan fan, that
Might have to
tried
go into-
get his son to do the horns down with Quinn Ewers?
Yes.
What a schmuck.
Yeah, that was stupid.
What a schmuck.
Yeah.
You know, some people should be 50-year-old childless dog men.
It was stupid, and you put it on the internet. Hopefully made him feel shitty.
I hope so. I would be embarrassed.
I hate that shit when people take pictures with other ones just to troll.
Yeah. I don't like trolls at all.
I don't mind them, but just not in real life. Just keep it on the internet.
troll.
What?
You're a show troll. You're a Bubba troll.
It happened when I got hit in the face with a shovel. It's my origin story.
It happened when he was at the Cosmopolitan in Vegas for UFC 1.
It happens when his real mom threw him in a dumpster.
Oh my God!
That's what they picked me out of.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All at the Bubba Army now returns.
Thursday night football tonight is, I think, Bills Miami.
It should be explosive.
Yes.
And this is the first week that Amazon gets a game. This is all Thursday night games, I think, from this point forward are all on Amazon, as the NFL now has pretty much covered every possible nook and cranny of broadcasting. From what you got, CBS, you got NBC, you got Fox, you got ESPN, ABC, you got Amazon, you got the NFL Network, you got YouTube TV, you got Direct TV.
Soon they're going to be on the BBC and Disney Channel.
They're on Netflix.
Are they on Netflix?
Christmas game. They got Netflix has 2 Christmas Day games.
Probably paid, I don't know,
$100 million for them.
I was gonna say 25 million a game.
Yeah.
Hard telling.
You don't think that's those are $1 billion deals they do?
Not for 2 games.
Not for 2 games. Not for 2 games. But they're tens of millions of dollars for a game.
Oh my God, $150 million they paid for. $75 million each game
for 2 games.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean,
I thought I was high when I said $100 million. $150 million.
Roger Goodell has done a brilliant job with regards to getting all potential platforms having to pay and spreading the NFL out. It makes it tough for a fan, though, because, I mean, you literally, if you want to watch every NFL game, you have to have Netflix. You got to have Amazon. You got to have, you got to have maybe YouTube TV or Direct TV to catch, to get the red zone and all that. I mean, they really, I wonder if anybody's broke out.
The red zone you can get everywhere now.
What I'm saying, though, is I wonder, is there a package? Does the NFL sell a package where you
got to go to the different spots?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I wonder if anybody's ever come up with what's the total price of being on every spot so that you don't miss a game, and what that total cost would be. You got to figure in a Netflix subscription,
hundreds of dollars.
Oh, maybe. Remember back in the day, you could Direct TV and you got everything.
Well, you get the NFL Sunday Ticket that's on YouTube TV.
But does that get you
every game?
The Netflix game?
No.
See?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's what I'm saying. That doesn't get you the Netflix game.
That just gets you the broadcast network
right,
game.
That might not get you the Amazon game.
But isn't the NFL ticket this year, wasn't it $700?
Yeah.
Okay, so does the NFL ticket get you the Netflix game?
No.
Okay,
no,
so
it's all the broadcast games.
Again, it would be interesting to figure out, as an NFL consumer, as a guy that wants to catch every game, I do not want to miss a game. It was way easier when they had, you could just get.
Well, Prime's $179 for the year, so
Okay.
that covers you there. But really, I mean, the value of Prime is the free shipping.
All right, so hold on. $179.
Netflix, you could get away because they're only doing Christmas Day games. You could get away with 1 month of Netflix, so call that $25.
$25.
And then
the NFL Sunday ticket's what, $700?
It's $160 for payment. So what's that? $600.
160 plus 160 plus 160 plus 160. Okay. Now, do you need to be? Is there any other? Is there any other?
That would be it. I think you'd be covered with those.
$844 to be able to watch every NFL. That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. Right? I
don't know.
Is it though?
What did we used to pay for cable monthly? Was it like $100 a month?
Yeah, but you got so much more than just NFL.
Well, under this, you're getting the Netflix catalog for a month. You're getting free Prime shipping for the year, which that's priceless.
I don't know, is it anymore?
Yeah. There's a lot of good deals on there.
So anyway, $844.
No, I'm with you,
ridiculous.
Bubba. It's a lot of money, but do you think about the amount of entertainment that you get out of it over the course of 4 months, 5 months? I mean, that's a lot of entertainment.
But there's a lot of hardworking dudes out there that listen, you know what? I don't have a lot of extra time to go through the Netflix category. I don't have a lot of extra time to go through the Amazon Prime category. I just have enough time to catch. I'm a football fanatic. I watch every game.
There's free games every week.
Yeah, or get your radio feed for your local team that you love and listen online.
Well, if I'm in Tampa and I'm a Seattle Seahawks fan, I'm going to have one hell of a ham radio to get to.
They stream.
Don't radio stations stream?
No, you have to pay for it.
Yeah, you got to pay for it.
They break. I mean, you can't stream. Like if you try to stream, 98 Rock where the Bucks are on from Chicago, it's blocked.
You can't do that on the radio app thing?
No.
Because I can do that with the USF football games.
You have to pay for the NFL has their own radio stuff that you have to pay for.
Newsflash: USF's is eons away from the NFL's template.
Yeah, I think it's that Sirius deal because you can listen to every game on Sirius.
Anyway, Al Michaels. I'm a big Al Michaels fan. What's he got? Herb Street.
Yes.
They're the play-by-play guys. Or a couple days ago, Al Michaels was.
Isn't he on tonight?
Yeah.
I think he's still with Amazon.
Al Michaels.
He's got a little ornery over the years.
Al Michaels thinks the NFL gave Amazon a much better Thursday night football slate. He was bitching like last year.
Every week last year.
It was awful last year. They were unwatchable games.
It was like a running gag by the end of the year.
He said early on the first year, which was last year, it was not so much displeasure with the actual schedule, but the way the games were turning out. We had a Indianapolis-Denver game and a Washington-Chicago game, and those were not games that everybody remembers.
Wow, he's making $15 million a year.
Yeah, just shut up.
Call your games.
Just shut up, dude. Let's have nobody go out there, and you can just call nothing.
Yeah,
Still get paid.
Last year, Al Michaels say the NFL gave NBC's Peacock the Dolphins-Chiefs matchup for their exclusive playoff game. But this season, in addition to having back its Black Friday game, they're going to do a Black Friday game, which will be the Raiders-Chiefs. Amazon will have its first playoff game in the wild card round, January 11 or 12. Other games this season on Prime include Cowboy-Giants, Texas-Jets, Packers-Lions, Bengals-Ravens, Rams-Niners.
All right, so they're doing a lot of divisional stuff.
So just real quick, though, looking at the 2023 schedule, you did not have terrible games. Vikings-Eagles, on paper, not a terrible game. Lions-Packers, not a terrible game. Bucks-Bills, not a terrible game.
No, is this year or last year?
This is last year. Dolphins-Jets on Black Friday. That was supposed to be Tua against Rodgers, but Rodgers is a soy boy who can't keep his Achilles healthy.
From one soy boy to another, so I'm just saying.
Who would
you
know
got
one when
standing.
they saw him? Yeah. Seahawks, Cowboys, again, not terrible. So, you did have some weak ones in there that, that obviously were not going to be great games. But I don't know that this year's slate is tremendously better. I mean, Dallas Giants is not going to be a good game.
Amazon reported paid $1.8 billion for these Thursday the rights for Thursday football. I think they should do what you suggested, Seth, and that is fold in a Friday game. Because, I really like that Friday game.
Oh, what's going to happen?
They have the Black Friday game. Oh, you mean every week?
No,
yes.
like last week they did the Packers, Eagles game on Friday. They did what game was on Thursday, Lummy? The
Chiefs-Ravens.
Chiefs-Ravens on Thursdays. Packer-Eagles on Friday. They take Saturday off because of college. Then they blast you with all kinds of stuff on Sunday. Then you got Sunday Night Football on NBC. And then you got, Monday Night Football. So really just Tuesday and Wednesday are the only – and Saturday. But Saturday you get your college fix.
Well, and once college is done, they do play games on Saturday.
Yeah, later in the year they do.
But
closer to playoffs.
Tuesday, Wednesday, when you have these bye weeks built in, there is no reason for them not to be having Tuesday, Wednesday games. You just schedule it so both teams are going into a bye week.
The players union will never allow it.
They will never pass that.
I mean, the players union now has it.
they?
They can only practice in pads
Tuesday's their off day.
11 times a year.
Yeah, but if you're coming off a bye week and you have a Wednesday game, that's even better for you as a player. Because now you've got essentially 2 bye weeks in a row. You get that you're coming off a bye week, you play a game Wednesday, and then you've got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday off again until you resume normal schedule for the following game on Monday. As a player, I actually want a Wednesday game.
Yeah, but in order to have a Wednesday game, that means they listen, Tuesday for as long as I can remember, and all NFL guys jump in, Tuesday has been the mandated Players Association day off. That's their day off.
Yeah,
period.
they can come in.
It's sacred. It's their day off. You cannot schedule anything other than players coming in to do rehab on Tuesday. That's their day off. So in order for them to have a game on Wednesday, Brian, they're going to have to travel on Tuesday.
The players practice on Tuesdays for Thursday games.
No, they don't.
They have Mondays off.
Okay.
Because if they're playing a Thursday game, they're not playing Monday night. So they get Mondays off if they have a Thursday game. You could what my point is, if they're coming out of a bye week, if you say, okay, two teams facing each other on a Wednesday night are both coming off their bye week, the players union absolutely would take that.
I listen. I would be happy with Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday. Just as a fan, you need Tuesday and Wednesday to recoup.
Can I just say, I don't think the Thursday games have anything to do with who's playing it. I think it has to do with the fact that guys aren't necessarily ready to turn around and play 3 days after they already played a full game.
Right.
I agree with you on that, which is why my Wednesday idea is even better, because all these teams will have been rested. They will be coming off of a bye week.
Anyway, I think that you add a Friday game before you add a Wednesday game. It just makes more sense, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're right. Wednesday's stupid.
Well, no, but Friday's Friday makes more sense than Wednesday does. And I mean, find yourself on Friday night, Lummy. I mean, I was watching Warsaw football.
Yes, you.
I was listening and when watching Warsaw football, I had my laptop and I was watching the Packers on the big screen.
But that's why they won't do Fridays, Bubba, because everybody's at their local football games. They don't. I mean, if everybody was staying home watching pro football, then you're killing high school football.
Not a lot of people are into high school football.
And it's a social spot, man. The kids and their some parents and teachers and stuff. You're going to be taking some of that out of the market.
All right,
there.
well, let's see.
There's a reason they don't do Fridays.
Well, let's see. In this whole building right now, if there was football on Friday night, who would be affected by high school football where they couldn't watch?
Well, Bubba wouldn't be watching Warsaw. He'd be watching the NFL.
No, I can watch Warsaw on my laptop and NFL on my big screen. So I'm pretty technically savvy.
Friday is for high schools. There's a reason the NFL doesn't do Friday night games.
All right, good. Let's move on. Let's talk about who's doing the Super Bowl halftime show. And everybody's flipped out that it's Kendrick Lamar, and they're scratching their head as to how that happened.
And why it's not Lil Wayne?
And why it's not Lil Wayne. And a lot of people are saying that Jay-Z, I think, actually has a job within the NFL. Does he not? Isn't Jay-Z?
He's part of the halftime committee, yeah.
Right. But I think I think
it's pretty much up to him.
And so why would he pick, I can't even tell you the last time Kendrick Lamar had a hit.
What? Kendrick Lamar? Are you kidding me?
Bubba, are you serious right now?
Are you serious, old white man?
No, I'm just saying, when's his last hit?
Just a week ago?
I mean, a couple months ago when he dragged Drake through the mud.
What is it? Why haven't I heard it?
Yeah.
All right. I'm just
saying.
It's
not like us, right?
I think
Lil Wayne in my opinion, makes way more sense.
When was
from
Lil
New
Wayne's
Orleans.
last hit, Bubba?
He's probably way longer than Kendrick Lamar's.
Okay.
But he is from New Orleans.
Listen, all due respect to Lil Wayne is the greatest of all time. I think I heard him mention in an interview last year or the year before that he can't remember his songs when he sings them live because he smoked so much weed over the years. Him and Jay-Z were hanging out a couple of weeks ago, so it was a little odd, the timing of the announcement. But I mean, when you talk about who is more culturally relevant right now among people who are going to be watching the Super Bowl.
Well, I don't know. Bubba's going to be, a lot of those people watching the Super Bowl are going to be like, who the hell is this?
Yeah, but those people aren't the NFL's target audience anymore.
I'm not? Oh, okay, great.
No. You're not.
Guy with a job?
Yeah, you're not.
Guy with a job and
you'll be dead soon.
A 60-year-old white man in the U.S. No, unfortunately, you're not the main target demographic for the NFL anymore.
58.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
58, not 60. Big difference.
White male.
Appreciate it. So anyway, we need to get into.
No, we need to stay on this topic.
What?
The Kendrick Lamar Lil Wayne debate.
No, I mean I think we're going to move on.
I think that
Lil Wayne's not performing, and Kendrick Lamar is the halftime celebration of this coming year's football Super Bowl.
I think that unless there is some petty behind the scenes stuff, I would like to imagine that he would bring Lil Wayne on stage. And I also am holding out hope for, because there was this gigantic rap battle, Bubba, this past year between Drake and Kendrick Lamar. Drake, obviously, bigger than everybody. So I would like to see those guys bury it at the Super Bowl halftime show.
Well, he just dropped, yesterday? A diss song about Drake?
I think it was another one, yeah.
Another one?
Yeah.
I think.
It could all be leading up to this in February.
What's the diss song called?
Not safe for
I still
work.
think Kendrick Lamar sucks.
It's called Lil Wayne's Better.
No, Kendrick Lamar drops Drake diss song.
Oh, okay.
Is that's what they do? They just go back and forth now, don't they?
I think Drake stopped releasing them. I think Kendrick's just doing it because it's worked out for him.
Kendrick Lamar drops Drake diss song after Super Bowl halftime show announcement. Couldn't that, Brian, in corporate America that the NFL lives and works upon, couldn't they not think this is not a good look that our Super Bowl halftime guy is dropping these diss songs right after left? I mean, could you see where in corporate America that could maybe be a problem? As woke as the NFL probably has become?
The NFL loves that stuff, to be honest.
Yeah, I was going to say, why wouldn't you want controversy if you're the NFL that doesn't involve your players?
Right. That's exactly why I think they made the decision to go with Kendrick over Lil Wayne. I'd love to see Lil Wayne.
No, I love Lil Wayne. I'm old
badass.
too. I love him.
Kendrick
Lamar is way more.
I just think
can we
there's
play
way more money for the NFL with Kendrick
Well, it has
doing.
a lot of cussing. It says not safe for work, but I can send you his Instagram.
It's called Watch the Party Die.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Is this it right here, Lummy, or is this a
No,
different?
that's a Dre Day. I just sent you the link to his Instagram.
Nicki Minaj was also pretty vocal this week. She put out some tweets kind of tearing up Jay-Z for...
Oh, I saw her mad as hell because somebody called her Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
That was very funny, too.
Somebody called her Hulk Hogan, and she got so mad because she had this blonde wig on, and she was...
She looked just like Hulk Hogan.
Is this it, Lummy?
That's what it says on the. It says released unless he took it down or something. Because in that article, that's what it said.
Might be able to find it on Twitter. I'll see if I can.
Yes.
Wait, is there's sound on that, Bub? I think that's what it is.
I've got some of the lyrics here.
Is it? Is
The
it?
radio
If you take off the
personality
sound,
pushing propaganda for salary.
Yeah, it's.
So this is Kendrick Lamar's diss track to...
Well, the shoes are a diss to Drake's push-ups single cover that made fun of Lamar's shoe size. So it's like a response. The track itself is not a diss to Drake.
Now, there were people breaking down the Super Bowl announcement that Kendrick did as well, kind of talking about this is a dig at Drake, this is also a dig at Drake.
The shit that got too wicked to apologize. It's different, get whacked and disqualified. We even kill the killers because they like taking innocent lives. Burn the whole village, we start over. It's really that time. Why reason with these niggas if they can't see the future?
All right. I think I can play that. We got to move on. Maybe go to the Shannon Sharpe sex track deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Shannon Sharpe was supposedly, in some way, shape, or form, and if you haven't heard this yet, you're hearing it here first, and it's quite steamy.
Michelle.
Now, Lummy, which one do we hit? The 133 or the 217, or are they both? Are they both? Are they both?
I would play both.
Okay, I earlier this morning it was only when I was looking at this, it was only the 218. Now all of a sudden,
the 218 is the crazy one. I just didn't know if you wanted to play the first one too.
Is the 133 edited, or is there?
I think it's a different.
Is it different? Okay, so here's what happened. Shannon Sharpe, Shay Club Shay, former tight end for Denver and Baltimore.
Unk is his nickname.
And he's got a very, very successful podcast called Club Shay Shay. He talks to everybody from Dion to Lil Wayne. He's got a really good podcast. He really does. It's a very popular podcast. I think it's very profitable for him. And he's also on First Take with Stephen A. Smith. So he's got, network he's got cable TV covered. He's got his podcast covered. He's just really, Shannon Sharpe is really on top of his game right now. He obviously didn't break into, but became very famous with, who was the old guy he was with?
Skip Bayless.
With Skip Bayless. Him and Skip Bayless had a falling out. He went on to go, ESPN retained Shannon to join Stephen A. Smith in their sports show. He's done well there. And then he's splintered that off into a podcast called Club Shay Shay, and he gets and it's not necessarily about sports, it's just about celebrities, whatever. But there's been this kind of scuttlebutt on the eye makeup that Shannon wears sometimes on TV, and there's been some speculation that he may be gay, which doesn't really matter. That it shouldn't matter.
It matters more in some communities than others.
Yeah, it matters you're right, but it's less and less. Being gay is less and less of a thing for people to be mad at than it used to be. And so most people just say, hey, to each its own. You're not hurting me. You love who you want as long as they're an adult. So he's always fighting that stigma, I guess. And correct me if I'm wrong, Seth. I know you know a lot about this, but I guess that's a rap on him or something that he is always trying to defend himself on. And a lot of people think that this was not a mistake, what we're fixing to play. This was strategically done by him to show people that he has sex with women.
Yes.
Is that kind of.
Well, I know that people call him gay a lot. I know when the Cat Williams thing happened, I know when a lot of people were kind of replying, they were insinuating that Shannon Sharpe's gay. I mean, I think it's been a rap on him since he got into the media shortly after his playing career. But here's the thing, Bubba. When you go live on Instagram, it's not just like sitting on your phone and calling a number. Like, there's a few buttons that you have to hit, and so for this to be just all of a sudden live and you don't see what happens before, it just is them having sex. I don't know.
And it was like 5 or 6 straight minutes. Like, he wasn't live for a minute or two. It was a very long time.
And Seth is right. Even when I go live on YouTube or when anybody goes live on Instagram, it's not just hit one button and you're live. You have to go in and on the back end of the app and set different parameters. It's such a pain in the ass that sometimes I don't go live when I should because it's such a pain in the ass to set up the live feed.
Can I ask, is there a way to, and this is more a question for Seth, let's say I programmed my phone to go live at a certain time. Is there a way that you can do that without doing anything else?
Not that I know of.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I don't do Instagram.
Probably be more of a Rhett technical issue on that. Rhett, can you set your Instagram
to automatically go live,
or your YouTube or your Facebook to just like at 6:55 it just goes live?
No.
You got to go through the back end.
Definitely not on YouTube on Instagram. On YouTube you can, but you still have to fire your
fire the
broadcast
cannon,
software,
so to speak.
Right. You still have to basically punch in a few things. So
right.
Yeah,
so,
Instagram, you have to like start it and then say, "Are you sure?" and then start it yourself.
Right, to make sure it's public and.
That's
right.
After you hit the schedule live video part.
So this has been released. Now, has Shannon said that he was hacked?
That was the original post on Instagram.
Yeah, he said it was. They were looking into it vigorously.
His team was on it.
Yeah, he initially said he was hacked because what you're going to hear here is him having sex with a girl named Michelle.
Now, the internet thinks they found her too.
I think they did.
Because there's only I think 3 or 4 Michelles that he follows on Instagram.
It says on the internet you can't schedule a go live.
Right, but you still have to push the go live button yourself. You can schedule it, but you have to push the button yourself.
Right. So we're led to think, or this has been framed or presented to the public that his phone was maybe laying on by his nightstand, and all you see is like a wooden nightstand. That's what the visual, but you can hear the audio.
I mean, Uncle might be at her house. Who knows? Maybe he was unfamiliar with her furniture and didn't know where to throw it.
You're right. I mean, we don't know where. You're right. We don't know where. We don't know where this is. It could be a hotel. It could be her house. It could be his house. It could be wherever. But it obviously is a wooden table of some sort, maybe a nightstand, and I'm assuming by the bed for it to be able to pick up the audio of his lovemaking skills to Michelle. And so there's 2 of them, and I don't think there's bad words in them. And if there are, is there?
You're probably going to want to play the second one. You can hear him in that one. The first one, it's kind of just her.
So give me the
let's just hear her.
Hold on, the one.
I want to hear him.
Should I play the 133? In your suggestion, Rhett, do I play the 133 or the 218?
I want to hear the woman.
I want to hear
whatever
her.
you want.
I want to hear him.
Why don't we play both?
Yeah, why not? We got 10 minutes.
All right. You know what? Let's be responsible. Go into words and come back with this. That way I know we're really on time because we also have a guest at 9:15, 9:20. Whoa. So we'll play, we'll go into words, and we'll come back with the big Shannon Sharpe. Supposedly first says he was hacked. There's about 3.5, 4 minutes of him really laying the coals to this chick named Michelle. And then he goes on and as this becomes a thing and goes viral and is going crazy yesterday, he gets on, Seth, it's my understanding, and tries to explain what happened or get in front of it, so to speak.
He did outside. I think the way he handled it. If I'm sure this is probably an accident, but the way that he handled it, I think, was the best way. Yeah, coming out and saying you were hacked is what 100% of celebrities do when something embarrassing comes out. But I like that he didn't let that go on and he corrected it at the end of the day.
It was the best possible segue for his sponsor as well.
So
I don't know if you guys know who his sponsor is for the podcast. It's Blue Chew.
Yeah, Blue Chew.
Oh.
See,
yeah, it's all set up.
No, it's not. I don't think it is. I don't know.
The Blue Chew. Come on, Bubba. I mean, these guys are smart that are out there in L.A.
Yeah, and it doesn't show anything of him, right?
No,
you just
yeah,
hear him.
that's the whole thing.
He's really.
So how did the phone accidentally go Instagram Live on a nightstand?
We'll get through that next.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
What did she say?
I don't know.
I guess it's. What song's playing in the background?
Royalty free.
Royalty free.
I hope so.
So it can't get taken off YouTube.
That's right.
Someone said whoever Michelle is must got that oil because that motherfucker Shannon started growling. This is uncomfortable. This is like watching porno with dudes.
There's nothing cooler than guys sitting around together watching porno. I mean, I'm sorry, but you don't be a fucking beta, okay? I'll just watch porno together.
I'm a Sigma.
That's the way bros bond.
I want a bomb. Right? Give it this.
Why slap Bubba in the face by wearing that?
Okay, I think that one's okay.
Doesn't make me feel insecure. And they make things look so comedy.
We can get you some Obama shirt.
They're very thick.
They're gilded. They're high quality gilded material. What type of cheap shit are you wearing there? Pink 1.5s.
Like some fucking dry fit shit.
He gave it to her. Does she sound white or black to you, Mom, like that stuff?
Black. She sounds white.
He follows one Michelle on Instagram.
Is she hot?
She has skin to type pictures.
Is she white or black?
She's black.
Oh. Let me see. Who is she?
People are saying that's who it is.
If that's what he's pulling, that's weak. That's weak sauce.
What? I mean, what do you mean that's what he's pulling?
He's a fucking ripped NFL.
Who gives a fuck? What are you kicking her out of bed for?
Brian takes a shit on everything.
Come on, dude. What about that?
Like Brian's Johnny Ass Puller, please.
Look. She's got a 7 head. She trust me, Bob. If you saw this,
He ain't trying to fucking marry. He's just trying to get some pussy.
Yeah.
I mean, some 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
I'm just saying, if I'm dropping this, right, and I'm dropping the girl's name in there because I want to help her Instagram, I'm working out a better deal.
No,
where I'm fucking a hottie.
She said, this is all yours, Shannon. And he goes, that's my Michelle.
She goes, "This is all yours, Shannon." And he goes, "That's my Michelle."
Yeah, what I'm saying is,
gonna grab some after.
if you're setting this up as like a promotional thing, then you get an Instagram chick that's gonna also get promoted from it.
Star rockets in flight.
I think he wanted to record it.
He's counter-programming even my just hypotheticals today.
He opened the wrong camera app.
Yeah, it's your friend.
But you still have to hit go live.
You forced me to do a
live.
podcast with him. I'm locked in.
That's the other way. Like, once you have everything set up, go live.
I got
Well, okay, so you got the Instagram app on your phone.
I don't micromanage your podcast. You can cancel people at any
I was
time.
talking to him. Do you have it on your phone?
I've never ever
Can I
told
see
you
it real
you
quick?
can't.
I need downloads. I don't know if people like the show.
What I'm saying is, I've never told you to do.
I know, but I wish you would, because people like the show, but I don't like him.
Then fire him. Make my life easier.
Oh shit, this is just yours.
He's an asshole.
You're suspended
Live.
from the podcast.
Yeah. I mean, it's that easy.
Yeah,
so
see,
you open your
suspended
camera
until
and
next
boom,
week.
the button's right
Seth,
there.
I think he was trying to record it, but not on Instagram Live.
He thought he-
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Tomorrow night, Bubba 199. It's the last one of the year. I don't know. Maybe we'll do one in December or something. I can't say it's the last one of the year per se, but I can say that it's the last opportunity for you to qualify. Bubba 199s, people like to throw some money around, Lummy, and so it's the last time for you to. It's the last 199 prior to the cutoff, which is September 15th, to have your 2,400 in to qualify for BARP, to get the ring, to be part of the festivities, to be considered Bubba Army royalty, and all of that, of which encompasses. So as we were talking about earlier, Shannon Sharpe, former. By the way, it still looks like Shannon Sharpe really spends a lot of time in the gym. He is jacked. He looks great.
He sure is.
God, it literally looks like he could put on some pads and play.
That's my Michelle.
That's my Michelle.
I just sent Lummy a picture of Michelle.
Oh, Mr. Garabo, grapes, $100.
See, I showed a pic.
Lummy, will you send me that pic?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I showed a picture to Brian, and he just said that the lady was disgusting.
No, I did not. I said
Brian-
Shannon can
Brian-
do better than that.
The
Don't
red
start
lingerie?
with
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
hating.
Did you send it, Lummy?
No, yeah,
All right.
it's coming now.
And here's the deal, Brian.
So-
So yesterday was Wednesday. This was obviously during the day.
Right.
Wednesday, 2:00 ass. There's, not that, that's not the same as I'm in the club Saturday night at midnight ass, so to speak.
I get what you're saying. This
So-
is maybe a convenience.
Lummy,
F.
did you send it? Can you resend it again?
Yeah, maybe a work from home mom or something, Brian, that he wanted to break off before.
Yeah, maybe she just got out of Carline, or she was headed to Carline, and he was like, man, come over here.
Like, sorry he couldn't, bang down Margot Robbie in the middle of the day.
Well, she's pregnant.
Is she?
That was her. Go up. Those two pictures right there.
All right, hold on.
Down.
The pictures of the humans.
Right below where you're at. There you go.
This one and that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
The lady.
All right. Yeah, I mean.
She says she's 50.
She's 50?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's probably, and we don't even, and listen, we don't know that this is for sure the girl. People have gone to Shannon Sharpe's Instagram now, and
they found who he's following. And there's one Michelle.
He hit that so hard he made her forehead grow 2 inches.
Jesus, Brian.
Why is Shannon?
Dr. Dan?
I mean,
why is he not having sex with the Dark Angel 322? Why not?
I mean,
what's wrong?
I mean, listen.
Yeah, get it how you can get it, man.
1 o'clock in the afternoon
on a blue chew.
She's thirsty. you just got done taping, doing your show with Stephen A.
You got a blue chew going.
You got a blue chew going. You got, you don't got Club Shay Shay today. You already did your taping for the week. You got a Wednesday 1 o'clock lined up.
It's better than watching some movie you've seen 100 times. Bang this lady for 2 hours.
Right.
Yeah, Brian.
Yeah, Brian. I mean, I'm sorry, you're Mr. Johnny Ass Puller.
Guy probably takes forever to whack it because he's looking for porn for 2.5 hours or something that
Yeah, because he's
fits his fairy tale of what a whore should be.
Because he's so experienced, that just the average run of the mill girl next door just won't get him over because he's just Mr. Johnny Ass Puller, shovel face son of a bitch.
He loves those gangbangs where the guys are waiting in line touching themselves.
Yeah.
No, I just usually go hang out in my office.
So, Lummy, here is Shannon Sharpe's.
Homeless Drew Garabo grapes.
Oh my God.
$400.
He's trying to get that in.
Thank you, Drew.
Thank you, homeless Drew Garabo. Love you. So, Lummy, there's 2 excerpts that were broadcast live on Shannon Sharpe's Instagram. Am I correct? That's where these come from?
Yes.
Well, yeah, they come from his Instagram.
Right. And Seth, he somehow, shape or form, got his phone to be live on his Instagram. Just happens to be while he's giving Michelle the business.
And Lummy had a good theory. I don't know if Rhett whispered it to him, but Lummy said that he thinks that Shannon wanted to record the audio just for the sounds.
Right.
And maybe he opened up Instagram instead of his camera.
That was my theory.
Yeah,
he wanted to hear it.
Yeah, he wanted to hear it. I mean, I listen. I can certainly understand that position.
Yeah,
where you'd like to captivate something that you maybe you go back and watch. I don't know. I'm certainly probably guilty of that. So, and then initially Shannon comes out with, "I got hacked," and then
my team's looking into it.
And then Seth, his team probably sat him down and said, "Shay, let's you're not married. You
didn't break any laws.
You didn't break any laws. It was consensual.
Didn't see anything.
There's one. I don't know. There's There's officially 33 million Michelles in the world or whatever, and
Well, probably his agent is reaching out to the networks and his major employers and contracts, making sure that this isn't going to be problematic.
Right.
That's why you start out with the position of I was hacked, and then once you're like, oh, my employers aren't going to dump me over this, then okay, I can kind of be cool about it.
So let's get to it. There's 2 pieces, and it's the audio of him. What we're assuming,
mashed potatoes,
and let me so that I'm not pandering and titillating. By FCC guidelines, I'm not going to play long forms of it. I'm going to play maybe increments of 10 or 15 seconds, then stop and pontificate. Just because that's just a little bit more responsible as a broadcaster. And listen, we don't really necessarily. Everybody dance with me, Brian. This isn't a time for you to be a shovel.
We don't know what they're doing.
Shovel face counter programmer, but we are not privy to the video. We don't know what they're doing.
Nope.
He could be
giving her a massage.
They could be very well, doing a massage,
rubbing her feet,
some hot tantric, non-sexual tantric deal. We don't know. There are no cuss words like F or just it's just moans of pleasure.
It could just be ASMR,
and it could be. I mean, I could see myself if I had a really hot chick. Really giving me a good rub down, Lummy, like on my lower back.
Oh yeah,
where I could be making these types of sounds and of sounds of satisfaction. Don't have to necessarily be sexual now, do they?
No, one of those Deshaun Watson massages.
Yeah. Like, oh yeah, Michelle. Who are you? You're my Michelle. Get that, Michelle. Get it. And I'm not doing nothing but closing my eyes right now. So here we go. Here's one thing, though, to consider, is that it looks like he just readjusted the phone.
Well, it fell.
Oh, it fell?
He claimed, his side of the story, he claimed he just threw it on the bed, and whatever happened, happened. So
okay.
at some point, it fell off the bed.
Okay. So that might have been right there then.
Where did this take place?
In a bed.
No, but in Florida?
I mean, nobody knows. Nobody knows if it was his house. Nobody knows if it was her house.
He might have been swinging with Stephen A. I mean, we just don't know.
We don't know if it was the ESPN green room. We don't know. That's the big, that's probably something that he probably doesn't want you to know.
The internet hasn't figured out what type of wood this is and where they sell these nightstands yet.
What part of the country he's in.
What IKEA this chick got her nightstand from?
You hear his phone blowing up like crazy.
I heard Cat Williams called him.
Hey, Shay Shay, what you doing?
Now, she did say Shannon there.
She goes, it's yours, Shannon.
It's yours, Shannon.
And it's my Michelle.
It's yours, Shannon.
I'm sorry, I got to stop. I want to play both roles in this.
You do?
Yeah.
I actually think
I
that
could do a one-man show with this reenactment.
I actually think I'm going to have Rhett print this out, and you come back tomorrow, and we'll do theater and around with you.
Oh, yeah.
Put you up on stage for a full-blown, spoken word deal.
Thank God, give me some time to practice.
Right. You and Phoebe can go back and forth tonight. Listen, Phoebe, I don't want to have sex with you. I just want to do a Shay Shay reenactment. You be Michelle, I'll be Shay Shay. That's something she might go for.
Yeah, definitely not.
That sounded like a little bit of a smack, Lummy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sometimes when you're like rubbing your hands together to give a good massage, that's what you do.
Sometimes you're dissipating the massage lotion, correct?
That's it.
Kind of like the way LeBron does the chalk when he throws the chalk up in the air, right?
Yeah, warming your hands up.
Yeah.
That's the sound of a mature woman.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sound of a woman that's been around the block a little bit. She knows the sounds. Sounds are hot. Nothing's worse than being with a woman, maybe even in a not-so-sexual type deal, but she doesn't make the right sounds. Sounds are important.
Gotta
really
put it
are.
over, brother.
Third Hulk Hogan, but fell fat on its face reference.
Fat on its face. You off the top rope, second rope.
Oh.
I don't even pay attention to it anymore.
You shouldn't.
Seth made the best suggestion I've heard in a long time a few minutes ago.
You came at me today, bro.
What was my suggestion again, Bubba?
Canceling him off your podcast.
I'm gonna I gotta fire him from the Blizzard.
Lummy Eric Harry, $30 for the Cat Williams pop. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bub Army.
I think Shannon could be putting a little bit more into this.
Well,
yeah, it doesn't sound like he's putting a lot into it.
The next clip, Shannon steps it up a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a grand finale.
Oh, no.
And I think, did she say you taste so good?
I don't know. Rewind it.
I can't.
Oh, he's definitely getting into the knots in her shoulder.
Yeah, he's into that torn rotator cuff area she had.
The pressure points.
Don't they normally say to tell me if this hurts and I'll stop?
Not with Shay Shay. Too much pressure. Tell me to back it off a notch. Ladies and gentlemen, what we believe to be a deep tissue Swedish massage. That's what we're posturing this as, Lummy.
Yes.
This is we've got inside information to say that this is not a sexual encounter. This is a deep tissue sexual massage deal.
Yes, it is.
A lot of built-up tension.
A lot of built-up tension. Poor thing. Has 2 kids to take care of. She's 50. A lot of daily tension in that type of situation. Right there on the hamstring area right now. It's a very tender area. Again, what we're listening to is a Shannon Sharpe, Michelle, deep tissue, trigger point massage Willie.
And you could hear, I mean, you can, like Brett said earlier, you could hear his phone buzzing of
Off the hook.
of everybody that's trying to get in touch with him right now.
To tell him, Shannon, you're live, blasted. Like literally, his phone's going nonstop because all of his boys that follow him on Instagram and got a notification that he's going live are like, Shannon. It's not a wonder, obviously, maybe somebody that is close enough to him that would live somewhat close to him. This might not have been at his house because, like, Brian, if you were my boy and this was happening to me, I mean, you might say, I need to go down there and beat on his door and let him know that he's live,
Well,
right?
I think he said that a member of his team who has access to his Instagram had to go remotely and end the stream.
Yeah, his assistant.
Papa. Did you call him Papa?
Yeah, Papa.
Wow.
Papa.
Those are deep, deep nuts.
That might be the code word to back it down a notch,
Yes.
Papa. If I'm getting too much into the deep tissue, deep Swedish Willie, say Papa.
I love it. Yes, baby. Yes, Papa.
Yes, baby. Yes, Papa. Maybe he's right on the. Maybe he's right at the tension that needed. Maybe he's using the correct amount of pressure.
About to get it worked out.
Yep. Papa. I can't even watch Shannon now the same way I used to. For real. Papa. Stephen A. Smith should be like, man, and to my right today is Papa.
Oh.
How you doing, Papa?
Wish I hadn't eaten like a pig earlier.
Jesus.
Number 4. Whoa.
Oh, yeah. I better dump that. Is that an S?
Yes.
Yeah. She just did a curse word, so we had to dump it out.
He went way too deep on the knot.
Now it's muted. There's no more sound. And so now we go to the second part of it. Now the second part is where he's a little more vocal. There's 2 parts of it. There's a 218 and like a 133. I'm getting ready to play the 133. This is where he is a little more. The first one we just heard was mostly her. This next one is mostly him.
There you go, baby.
There you go, baby. There you go, baby. I think there was.
Yeah.
So I think that she might be. They may have reversed roles on me, and she may be taking care of him Swedish-wise now.
Yes, I think so.
I think that she might have a very rare skill where she's doing a mouth massage.
Yes, that's new.
It's a new technique. Only the younger generation that have been to the latest Swedish schools of deep tissue massage know the mouth deal.
It's like cupping.
Yeah, it's cupping.
Exactly.
It's cupping, and so some people are talented enough to get enough pressure on the back,
while others can't.
Yeah,
most can actually. It's a very rare find.
And if you listen closely there, you can hear that the massage oil is starting to run low because there's the bottle made a little bit of a farting noise.
Now she did refer him to Papa yet again. So scoring at home. I think it's the 3rd Papa.
You know what I like? You know what I like?
Right there. Right there.
So she's hitting the spot.
So obviously they've reversed roles where she's now she's the masseuse and he's the client.
I mean, she's pretty vocal for.
Yeah, I mean,
masseuse.
every massage I've gotten, they don't make those type of.
They usually
have you
shut the hell
seen
up.
how thick Shannon Sharpe is? I mean,
Yeah,
he's
it's true.
in shape.
I mean, it takes a lot of energy to get through that Swedish rub, right?
You can only imagine what it would take to get that
yeah, I mean
thing.
that guy's built like a Greek god.
That's
He's got
right.
his muscles got muscles, right?
Especially when he's on his blue chew.
Right, especially when he's blue chewed up.
There you go, baby. There you go, baby. There you go, baby.
There you go, baby. So he's obviously, Lummy, she's probably targeting a very tender spot
Yes.
within his lower back or something like that. Maybe maybe even the front quadricep groin area, that gets tender, when you do a lot of leg work.
Yeah, a lot of squats.
The jokes are crazy. I just saw on Twitter that woman had Shannon Sharpe breathing like Doc Rivers on a Stairmaster.
He goes, that's my Michelle. I mean, I've never gotten a massage where I tell I actually name out the massage therapist's names.
She must be really good.
That's my mom. That's my Rhonda. I think they might be doing what they now maybe call a mutual massage, where they're laying side by side and he's massaging her and she's massaging him.
Oh yeah, that's
like a whole new couple deal.
Yeah, that's very popular.
You rub my legs and I'll rub your chest. Something like that. Because they're both making sounds of massage, massage satisfaction.
Oh no!
Now Shannon,
Is there a tiger coming out?
Well, there's within the very 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 underground of the Swedish massage world.
Sounds like puppy play.
Is you get into a savage mode, Lummy. He's going savage now.
Okay.
He's really getting deep. He's savage. I can just picture him like a beast. Because not even in this setting, but in just normal, wearing some street clothes, being on TV setting, you can tell that he's a beast.
He is.
He's a beast.
I sent Lummy Shannon's response.
Yeah, I sent you his apology.
Now, is that different from what I have? The 435 where he breaks it down? Because I got that.
Yeah, we don't have. Okay, well, that's the breakdown. This is just a short.
All right,
of his apology.
so this suffice, right?
Yeah, that's good.
All right, thanks.
Back to business.
Think the massage, Lummy, is almost to the end.
Yeah,
we're almost to completion. He's probably down on the toes now. You know how they get the toes.
Well, you want to make sure you get that. You're satisfied. And the client's happy at the end.
Let's see. Couple kisses.
Thank you.
Jesus, the play-by-play is really.
Yeah. So that's it. And when
pretty good that his assistant was able to end the video stream exactly when the massage was over.
Do you ever has any of us? I know for a fact that all of us have been in so much trouble or caught, or you've gotten some news, or you are speeding and you turn around and that cop's right behind you but light you up, that your maybe it's just me, but like when I'm in a lot of trouble or I've really messed up or there's a really bad situation, my body temperature goes up like 3 degrees.
Yeah, that's anxiety.
Like I just get instantaneously hot. Is that for all of you?
Of course. Yeah, everybody feels that.
Is that natural?
Yeah. That's all those endorphins and everything getting released.
So can you imagine
cortisol
when he
wraps up?
He's
picks up his phone.
He got his they both complete. I think they both got their massages to completion, and you're laying there. Because if you get a really good massage, you're somewhat exhausted. And you're exhausted, and you finally pick up your phone and look at it.
Grouper Lips 25.
And you know that the messages he was getting on the phone was his boy saying, Shannon, you're live on Instagram giving Swedish massages to Michelle. Stop. He probably had 100 of those. And at that point, man, the first time you hit that first one, and then you roll it into the second one, and you roll it into the third one, man, your body's probably running 102. And like you're just completely trying to cover your ass, figure out what happened, where did it go, who saw it, and then, they obviously had time him and his team to formulate at first he comes out with, I got hacked. Then, like Seth said, he kind of repositioned and said he owned it. I think he did a good job. I think him owning it was good because there's no other way. I'm trying to own what I did.
Yes.
Maybe.
You sold it, though.
I sold it. I distributed it. I gained from it. I made a lot of money from it. My position in life bettered. I got a better job.
Everything just turned out roses.
Yeah. We'll get into Shannon's response. He came up with a 3 minute and 58. So call it 4 minute response to this. And this is at 9:23 p.m. What time I've already minimized the screen. What time was said massage?
I think it was in the afternoon.
Like 2, 3 in the afternoon?
I believe.
So Brian, would you lead to believe that by 9:23 you've talked to all your handlers, all your lawyers, potentially the network, and they have probably crafted what you need to do?
Absolutely.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
God damn it! God damn it! Kill it now. All I ask is when you lay your head on that pillow now. So I gave you everything I had. You did. All right.
Hey, Brian.
What?
You ever torn up some fucking snatch like that?
No, fuck no. I answered for him.
There's no video evidence, so I don't know if it ever happened.
Do women like when you call it a snatch in bed?
Yeah.
I think when you're in bed, you can really say naughty stuff, and it's in, you know.
What's your go-to, Bubba? What do you
I don't
say?
know. I ain't saying shit.
Don't crush the Doritos. What are you looking for, Seth?
Nothing. Fuck
No,
boy.
you're definitely looking for something.
Okay,
You're
well,
kind of panicking.
Okay.
Whatever it is that you're looking for, you are desperately trying to find it quickly.
I'm fucking so sick of you fucking looking at things, man. And your observations.
Yes, sir.
My ability
I
to
guess
observe
our
is
girl's here.
Yeah, she's in the chair, I guess.
Massage chair.
Yes.
Okay. Tell her we're probably she's probably we're looking at about 9:15.
Okay.
All right. Make sure she's set up for like 30 minutes.
Okay.
Do you think that maybe, do you think that when this career woman then comes in, you can find out about pigmentation?
Yeah.
Okay, I believe you.
You're my lawyer. So can you get it done for me?
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be. I'll let you know for sure.
Do I owe you any money?
We'll see about that. We'll talk financials later. I like to talk financials on the backside.
Did you get that $10 I PayPal'd you the other day?
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
I know that normally you don't notice small amounts of cash going through, so I just want to make sure.
Nice pull Kush for $10 through PayPal.
Sing us a song, you're the PayPal man. Sing us a song tonight.
Oh, you could write parodies. Who needs AI? We got Seth. Look at Karen King from 30 years ago. She had nice skin.
They're really jerking themselves off with the 30th anniversary.
So that's what, 94?
Yeah.
Wonder what Karen King looks like today. Oh, there she is. I don't know what is up today, but I'm fucking starving right now. Any lobster chips lying around or something? No, I ain't starving.
I think they're in the garbage. Just fold it up if you want to grab them.
Yeah.
Do you need to run out and get a snack after the show?
I don't know, man.
What about your nature bar?
I ate it at fucking 6:30.
Our girl's here, but they got her in the massage chair. That's where we put our guests.
Really?
Yeah. Where else is she gonna sit?
On the lap machine?
I mean, you could put her on the chest press because that's a chair pretty much.
Yeah. Just take a nap on the bench. What's your favorite workout, Bubba?
Opening the door for you to leave.
Because that not only works the arm, but it also gets the back too.
A little bit of chest and back.
And actually, if you bend the knees, you can get some legs.
The key thing is to slam it when I go through it. That's how you really get the abdominals in there too.
Push through the lower wrap.
Yeah, push through it and get the core involved.
Is she really in the massage chair?
Yeah.
Oh my God, guys, that's
where we put our guests, Seth.
That's fucking.
Hold on, that's actually pretty fucking cool.
That is. Tell me another radio show who has a green room
fuck
that's
that.
a gym.
No, fuck that.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
Gotta give some love and some promotional value. I'll be talking about them a lot from now till, well, probably for a long time. And that's Beard Equipment. There are several locations. We happen to be fortunate enough to have a Beard Equipment in Ocala, but they got Lake City, Perry, Palatka, Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Freeport, Panama City, Pensacola, Mobile. Our rep in Ocala is Brett Mason. And you can go to Beard Equipment, BEARD equipment.com. It doesn't matter if you're, into forestry or you're into, road construction. We're going to be happening. Let me, our grader, I think we bought our grader 12 years ago from Beard used.
Oh.
And, but we now got 12 years on it, and she's getting old, and she's not nearly as powerful as she used to be, and you got to kind of baby her a little bit. And we got the big January and February nationals where we got, UMP modifieds, USAC non-wing sprints, and now 6 nights of, used to be at East Bay, now they're going to be at Ocala Speedway of the Lucas Late model.
You doing okay, Bubba Flem?
No, I'm having some throat issues. I really am. I need to get some water.
Do you want me to go get you a bottle of water or something?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. But all of which, all 3 weeks streamed on Flow Racing, which has a huge audience. And Red Tape Ken went and talked to Brett at Beard of Ocala. They're going to help us out with an excavator, a tractor, and a badass brand new grader. You should see the grader we're getting. Oh my Lord! Yeah, you've seen mine. Mine's mine, poor little thing. Mine's kind of a hoopty. And this is, I think we're getting a 672.
Ooh.
So this is what we're getting. Look at that.
It's all air conditioned up.
Oh, air, joystick control, 225 horsepower. And I'm not going to run it. I'm going to put a real professional on there like David Markham. So thank you so much to Beard. I'll be talking a lot about you guys from now until then and then thereafter. But you can go to beardequipment.com, find your nearest beard dealer, whether you live in Lake City or Perry or whatever, and do some business with them. They got used stuff. They take trade-ins. You can finance. You can rent. Let's just say, just like Sunbelt. Let's say you had a weekend project. You can go to Beard and rent away. So thank you so much to Brett and to all the fine people of Beard Ocala. Beard, BEARD, equipment.com. 800-848-8563 is their main corporate number. Thank you, Brett, for really, really helping us out. So this is Crisis Control. By the way, Leah from Creative Loafing was supposed to be here about 9:15. She responsibly got here early. Let me know our green room is right now under construction.
Yes.
We are in the middle of moving some stuff around. We just got the gym done, and we don't really have a place to put guests. So we put her... This is either the cool... We'll have to ask her when she comes in. This is either the coolest thing in the world or it's stupid as hell. Now, of course, Brian's going to say it's stupid as hell because he doesn't like anything. But, Brian, I think you have you spent any time in our massage chair?
I don't know. You tell me. You're answering everything for me today. So, of course I have. I like it. And it would be cool to go to a place where you're about to go on air and get to 10 minutes, 15 minutes in a massage chair. Nobody's going to be complaining about that.
And even you, I think, I was listening to a podcast and you're like, I got to be honest with you. I've been in massage chairs before, but that one almost makes me want to go out and buy. That one is such a good massage chair where it does your forearms and your calves and your legs, and that you, I think, Mr. Johnny Negative, said that was by far the best massage chair you've ever been in.
That's my Michelle. That's what I say every time I'm in it. And I actually wanted to bring my wife here to try it out because I'm actually interested in buying one of those.
This isn't some sort of Kane's Furniture, okay, where you can bring people in and out of the showroom.
Oh,
it's a place of business.
Yeah, you can. Your wife is more than welcome to
bring her
try,
in.
To try,
Bubba.
Bring her in. He's gonna smell the chair after she's done, though.
I don't care. Let him sniff it.
What are you gonna? By the way, I disinfect it a lot, so.
So don't worry about ringworm, Leah. You're good.
Yeah, you're good. All right, so here we'll have Leah from...
Oh, she just left. I just saw in security.
From Creative Loafing Marketing. We'll have her on about 9:15, 9:20 today, talking about the September 25th...
Best of the Bay party at the Hard Rock.
Yeah, there you go. I've just got
the Hard
so
Rock
much going
Event
on.
Center.
Thank you.
I know.
I think you can get your tickets by going to what? CreativeLoafingTampa.com?
Yeah, just Google Best of the Bay 24. All the information will be there. Bubba's going to be there. I'm going to be there. What more do you need?
Tom Bean's going to be there. Gina's going to be there.
The Warthog?
The Warthog and his wife.
Be there. Yeah, Mrs. Hogg.
Latin Sons are going to be there. Tara's going to be there. Diacos are going to be there.
Will you be there?
Yeah, will you be there? Leah will be there.
Tickets are expected to sell out, so you better not sleep on it.
Yeah, I think that because of the Bubba factor and us being able to talk quite a bit about it, I think they've sold quite a bit of tickets.
Well, I know. I know how much my crew bought, and it's substantial. We're bringing the whole office.
I'm embarrassed for a number of reasons.
So this is Shannon Sharpe.
By the way, 300,000 people were in the live last night for this.
Oh, for this?
Yes.
Okay. Let alone how many plays he gets, throughout. I mean, right? 300 just for the live.
Yeah.
God. How many? Let me see if I can back out of it. How many total plays? 2.1 million views.
Well, that's just X.
Oh, that's just X. So he probably distributed it on Insta and.
He's got the 2 big YouTube plaques behind him too, so he does well there.
Does he got 2 channels?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Like those are both silver. So,
yeah, I think he's got a nightcap one and a Shay Shay one.
Okay, yeah.
That's it.
He is killing it.
I'm embarrassed.
In more ways than one. So here's Shannon's 4-minute dissertation. This is probably after his handlers, lawyers, network, maybe even, Brian, would you think he probably maybe consulted her? Or does she not even figure into the equation?
Yeah, you wait until you talk to the lawyers and the handlers before you talk to her.
Right.
Oh, Michelle's loving it.
I'm embarrassed for a number of reasons. People count on Shannon. Shay, there are a lot of people that count on Shannon to be professional at all times, and I always try to be professional at all times. Even when I'm behind closed doors, I still try to remain a level of, even when I'm behind closed doors,
Talking
I still
like
try to
Gene
remain
Lasker in the
level
third
of
person.
professional,
Yeah.
although I'm in the privacy of my own home. And I'm very disappointed in myself, not for the act. I think there are millions and billions of people of consenting age that engage in activities. But to have
Hey, Brian Merchcrick wants you to text her the promo code or the ticket information for the creative loafing deal, because Leah just told Merchcrick that they're probably going to sell out soon, and I haven't purchased all of ours yet, so I was going to have Merchcrick handle that. Do you have the?
Yeah, I'm getting the codes now.
All right, just send to me or her or both, whatever.
Homeless Drew Garabo, another $500 in the Venmo.
Oh my God! What about that?
Your most intimate.
Now, hold on. Is Shannon talking as if he's The Rock, third person?
I don't know, but I mean, like it.
Like, Rhett, is he not calling himself Shannon?
He is a
not
couple
me?
times, yeah.
Not me?
Detail on the audio to be heard. I'm disappointed in myself. I let her call them. I called my sister. My friends, obviously, my friends reached out. But guys, this was not staged. Came in, I threw my phone. Staged.
By the way, the woman from...
It's Lisa.
Yes, Lisa, not Leah. My bad. I was emailing her, Leah. Maybe she just didn't feel necessary to correct me.
Oh, boy.
It's Lisa, not Leah. Whatever. Sorry. Have her on soon. She's enjoying a nice massage right now.
Came in, I threw my phone on the bed, gazed in an activity. I did not know IG Live. I've never been on IG Live. I've never turned IG Live on. So I don't know how it works. And so all of a sudden, my other phone is going off and people are calling me FaceTime that I've never talked to a day in my life on FaceTime. And it didn't, I'm like, why are y'all calling me FaceTime? And after a while, Jamie Fritz, who's been my longtime marketing guy, he finally got through to me and he says, Shannon, you on IG Live? I'm like, doing what? You know, I'm like, what am I on IG Live for? I ain't hit no IG Live button. He says, they can hear. I'm like, so now, Ocho, you know, I say ask for patience. He said they can hear. And now I'm starting to get agitated again because you called me and say I'm on IG Live when I know I didn't click myself on IG Live. And he said they can hear me. I said, hear me doing what? He said, it sounds like you were having sex. Man, my heart sank. It dropped.
This is the tactic I should have used, Brian. My heart sank. It dropped when I found out that somebody stole it, distributed it, and ruined my life.
And
maybe if I looked like Shannon Sharpe, things would be different. But
Would
I'm
you
a fat.
have a shirt like that too? Make yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, he did have
Obviously,
shirts like that. But
I run my accounts, but Jordan being the good Samaritan, the good soldier that he is, Jordan the one that cut it off. Because hell, I didn't even know it was on. Jordan cut it off. Jordan put the message up. And then after I called my agent, the agency, I called ESPN after I just got this good, tell them the truth. I said, I just got to tell them the truth. My phone wasn't hacked. It wasn't a prank. It was me being a healthy, active male. I mean, y'all thought I was bull jiving. Hey, I'll get it in.
Oh,
real talk. Hey, Ocho.
Is that Ocho?
Yeah.
Chad Ochocinco?
Yeah.
Which I like that guy. I really do.
See, I don't, man. I'll be lying.
Tell you one thing. He's got his teeth game on straight. Does he not?
Yeah.
God, he's on point.
Oh, lying. Okay, lying.
Now, did he just
There's a
Blue Chew?
Oh,
hold
see,
on.
I don't, man. I'll be lying.
So are these Blue Chews? Lummy, are those Blue Chews or condoms?
They're whatever male enhancement supplement
he promotes.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't lie. Okay, lying.
Come on,
I know
man.
these sparks hard, Ocho. And, you know, I hit one early this morning.
Come on, man.
In all sincerity, I'm extremely embarrassed.
You see
that a very, very private, intimate situation, the audio can be heard. and I'm extremely disappointed in myself.
For my performance.
5 minutes before I came on, phone rings. It's Cat Williams. What's up? The first thing out of his mouth, guess what he said, Ocho?
Wow.
You ain't gay today?
Hey, you ain't gay today.
Hey, listen.
I said, man.
Hey,
Said,
listen.
come on, Cat. He's
Listen, and this is the funny thing about it. Now you remember all the people talking trash and saying whatever they had to say, trying to assassinate your character, that
Yeah.
you might be this, you might be this, or whatever it may be. So hell, I mean, I'm sitting back, I'm thinking, well, hey, it was a goddamn Michelle, it wasn't a Michael.
Oh, there you go. So is that all? Is that all he offered? Was that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what were you looking for something else?
No. I mean, is that
He put the video on his OnlyFans.
That's the extent of his explanation. And now, well, do you think that it will be like a constant?
It's over.
No, it's over. It'll run for another day or so, and it's done. It's not going to have a lot of mileage.
Now, Tyreek Hill was contacted by the legal team representing the officer Danny Torres earlier this week in efforts to apologize, and
he was the one that got a little physical.
Yeah, and Tyreek Hill said, "No, I don't accept your apology, and I don't want to hear it."
They want him fired.
They want him fired. Here is Tyreek Hill's press conference yesterday. It looks like to me that maybe the Dolphins got to him a little bit and said, hey, listen, we got to take a little onus in this because you were combative. You know, you did some things probably procedurally wrong that people could perceive. You maybe, I wouldn't say had it coming to you.
No, I think he knows there was some jackassery involved.
But you weren't compliant, right? He in the heat of the moment, you know, he obviously didn't know that it was going to escalate to this, but and I'm not going to say he got what was coming to him, but he was not compliant and did not listen. And if you're not compliant and you don't listen, officers at their discretion can remove you from the vehicle. Now, do they remove you from the vehicle, throw you down on the ground, handcuff you, put you in a chokehold, and then arrest two of your boys who have done nothing wrong other than check on you? You know, it's my understanding, and Brian, you probably know the law more than me, that you really can't arrest a bystander who's not impeding your investigation. If they are safe distance away and, you know, not up in your person, I've heard 10, 12, 15 feet.
It's 25 feet now in Florida.
Okay, so it's 25 feet. So to me, it looked like his first teammate, the really big dude with the white T-shirt, who was first on the scene. To me, it looks like he had his hands up. He was not being disrespectful. He was being compliant as the guy told him to back up. Those are the two that the guy really was over the top. Now, listen, how they handled Tariq was not cool either once they got him out of the car. But how they handled the two dudes who were not being disrespectful, who were not being aggressive, who were was not impeding their investigation right up in their business, and very well might have been, hell, that guy in the first truck, the guy in the not the first dude that came in from behind me, but the guy that had I forget was it the SUV?
Are you talking about Calais Campbell?
No, the second one.
The second one was Calais Campbell. The first one was John Smith.
All right, so Calais Campbell. So to me, it looked like Calais Campbell could have very well been 25 feet away.
In the beginning, he wasn't, and then once he backed up.
Okay, so
the law is once they tell you to back up.
Okay, but hold on. So in the beginning, I wasn't, but they told me to back up, and at the end, I was. Does that mean they can get you for the beginning part of it? No,
it has to be after the police instruct you.
Right. So like that was the biggest issue is what the two other Miami Dolphins who did nothing wrong. They get detained. None of them got arrested, but I think all three of them did get handcuffed.
No, the first car didn't because he was able to get back to his car.
All right, but the second guy did.
Yeah, the guy Calais Campbell on foot.
Calais Campbell, they they handcuffed him. They detained him. Right?
One of the most high character guys in the NFL.
Yeah.
He gotta go, man. Because in that instant right there, like, not only did he treat me bad.
See, I think Tyreek Hill could really, really make some good PR inroads if he would demand that this cop be retrained and demand that this cop, accept his apology, and that it would be far better for the community to accept this guy's apology, make him get retrained, and it would bring better awareness than just making a guy lose his job getting fired, Brian, if you get fired for cause, that might be losing your pension parameters. I don't know what that entails.
They usually end up at just another agency. They just bounce around.
He gotta go, man. Because in that instant right there, like, not only did he treat me bad, you know what I'm saying, he also treated my teammates with, disrespect. He had some crazy words towards them, and they ain't even do nothing. Like, what did they do to you? They just walking on the sidewalk. So.
And I agree with that. That's a problem.
I think it's a missed PR opportunity for him.
Me
and
too.
his
I think he
team
can turn
should have
this
handled
around.
it, and they still can meet with the officer. Have special additional training.
You could really turn this into a great warm and fuzzy feeling PR move if they just weren't so adamantly about this guy getting fired. They could really bring some awareness to racial profiling. That's what this is. These three guys got screwed with because they were black. That if we're going to just be intellectually honest, right?
But
that's what we're getting at here.
But instead of all these guys getting lumped together and getting blamed, and then Tyreek saying they need to fire everybody, they're focusing on just the one guy who was physical.
And I understand that, but
so I feel like they said like all the other cops were very cool.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like they're trying to take down everybody.
But I agree with Brian.
I don't think he's trying to take down everybody, but I'm just saying he could go one of two ways with it, and he has the right to go either way with it, which is to take this stance, which is fire that cop. He shouldn't be a cop. And there's an argument, definitely strong argument to be made for that.
I agree.
But the other stance is raising awareness on how these situations happen, how, the dynamics in play in the situation can lead to bad situations for everybody, especially when law enforcement is maybe not necessarily trained or reacting in the best way.
Bubba, did you see where he said, "I'm just a black man, sitting on the side of the road or whatever"? I sent you from the cops, and the cops were like, "We're dark too, brother."
Just a black man in a nice car.
I sent it to you. It's from
the cops were like, "We're black too."
Yeah. I don't know, bro. Like, he gotta go, man. Like, it's not too many times that Cheetah say people gotta go, but
everybody's referring to themselves in the third person, and now he's doing it with his nickname.
I know.
The Cheetah. The Cheetah doesn't normally say people gotta go.
Cheetah, yeah. Oh my God.
It's not too many times that Cheetah say people gotta go, but what they say a while ago.
See, and he's being a little bit over the top with it too. I'm not trying to feel sorry for the dude. The dude's a dick. But now you're being over the top about it and stuff.
Gone. Loco Plenty.
All right. Thank you.
Brian, your opinion just on that behavior.
On his press conference?
Yeah.
It's not my cup of tea. Totally in his right to be mad and to say what he wants to say about the officer and the whole situation.
But the Miami Dolphins, Tyreek Hill, this bad cop, and could really, really do some great things for the community and some awareness, and turn a good thing and turn a bad thing into a good thing. This is
well. Shouldn't they be offering Tyreek something? I mean, shouldn't they be if they want to, get some good PR? Like, I mean, Tyreek? Yeah, he acted like a fool. He shouldn't have rolled up his window. But I mean, the cops are the ones that jerked him around. The cops are the one that are still going to go on around the city and still arrest people. So why does Tyreek have to have the offering? Why don't they go to Tyreek and go, hey, we don't want to fire, but here's what we want to do. Do you want to work with us? Can we do something to
I think they've done that, and he's like, gotta go. Like
we don't know.
He has zero tolerance on this guy catching a break.
We don't know what was discussed, so we're completely guessing.
Lummy, this is what's this you sent me?
Tyreek Hill on the side about being black.
I'm just being a black man. That's it. I'm just being black in America, bro. That's all it is.
We're dark too, brother. We're people of color too. Don't play like that.
I'm just being a black man in America, bro, in a nice car. That's it. That's it. They write me my ticket, man. So do whatever you gotta do.
I mean, I don't know.
Look, I can't speak to his life experience, Bubba. I'm not going to sit here and say
I'm not asking you to.
How I would feel about it. But I'm saying when you say, well, man, I don't know. Well, no, we don't know. I don't know if this has happened to him in the past. I don't know what his prior experience with law enforcement may be that may cloud his, opinion.
I don't know that. Listen, I don't know. We don't know the record or the disciplinary record of said police officer. Has he had a few of these instances before, or has he been, never in trouble? I guess
he's been in trouble.
The cop?
No, Tyreek.
No, I'm talking about. I think one thing you would consider if you were going to give this guy a break, do something with him, make him take retraining, make him do something with the Miami Dolphins for community awareness and things, and try to turn this into a positive situation instead of firing the guy altogether. I think his personnel record would be in question if he's got a spotless record and not done a bunch of stuff stupid and not been written up. Maybe you give the guy a break. If the guy has a history of racial profiling and doing things, which to me he probably might have, due to the fact that just how easy this came, just how easy he was able to act the way he did. I don't know that that's a behavior that you just do one time. I think that that's a behavior, like they say about people that molest children. Most people that do that most heinous crime in the world don't do it one time and get caught. They say, I think statistically, the average pedo, chomo, child molester may have touched 23 different children before finally getting caught. Like, it's just not something you're like, I'm going to go touch a kid today. It's something that you've done a lot of. And unfortunately that, those sick people, live in our communities. But, does this guy was really, really quick to racially profile Tyreek Hill, get him in a chokehold, do some not cool stuff that I think if you have that mindset, you've probably done that quite often in your career. That's probably your MO.
It says he's a 27-year veteran. He's never had anything like this. He earns $171,000 and $39,000 of overtime pay, making over $200,000. So
you got a cop making $200,000.
Yes.
That's the problem in itself. Wow. You know what? And how much of that overtime came from the Miami Dolphins? Right?
Probably that and the Marlins.
Right. I mean, you're probably that's.
I don't know if I'm getting paid $200,000. I guess I got to feel like I got to give the department my money's worth, and that means having to get physical every now and again. Then I'm going to do that to earn my $200K.
I got to go to words real quick. I got Reggie on one of these two lines. He's trying to call in. Is this Reggie?
Yeah.
Reggie, how are you?
Good. Yeah, you want to get a perspective from an old cop back in the '80s in Miami?
Not only that. Not only are you formerly a cop, but you're a cop in this area that we're talking about.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. All you got to do is go back to look at how things can get out of hand. I don't know if you guys remember the Arthur McDuffie case in Miami that kicked off the first riots back in the '80s. Former veteran riding a motorcycle, speeding. Metro Dade chased him. They finally caught up with him in Overtown and beat the living dog shiz out of him and killed him. What happens is officers get really pissed off when you disparage the uniform. Now, what Tyreek did, look, rolling up a window? Oh, no. No. You got 3 cops standing around. Roll down the damn window and communicate.
Well, not only that, but I mean, listen. In the day and age that we live in, there are police officers getting shot every day.
Yep.
And the one of the number one ways to get shot is that you can't see inside that car.
Exactly.
And so, I understand, officer safety is absolutely paramount.
Number one, and the thing is, imagine if it had been a night game and that window was up. That window would have been busted by me. When I tell you to roll it down 2 or 3 times, I need to see. My life is on the line. I get it. But what happens is the officers, they're human. Look, get pissed off. You're dealing with someone that's trying to duck and dodge. And then you get your friends that come around. I would not have put them in cuffs. I'd have them, look, you got to stand back about 30 feet.
Yep.
Let me deal with this. I can't deal with you and deal with him.
And if they rolled up, if they didn't listen to you and they rolled up and they're up in your grill, then you can detain them. But until then, no.
No, they're just inquiring.
Right.
And it was just, it got out of hand. And police officers are human. They get pissed. I've been pissed on the force. But I know, man. We've chased people, and all of a sudden it's 5 or 6 officers. They're coming out with the nightsticks. I'm like, whoa, time out. Traffic violation. He didn't kill anybody. Let's back it down. Let's get our tempers under control.
So, Reggie, were there times when you guys are rolling up on somebody, it really went south quickly, but it was only a traffic violation? The boys are ready to nightstick Willie, and you actually are like telling the guys, no, stop with this stuff. I got him detained.
Oh, yeah,
Stop putting knots on his head.
I've done it numerous times, chasing a guy out of Coconut Grove all the way up to Broward County. And they're telling us, back off, it's just traffic. I said, no, there's a shot been fired through the back window. We have to continue. We finally got into Broward County, BSO. And let me tell you something. Them boys don't play up in Broward County. They took over the chase. And, I mean, when they got him out, you saw all kinds of shit going on. And that's when I said, I'm out. I'm not part of this.
Listen, Reg, thank you for your insight. I got the girl from Creative Loafing coming in next. I got to text you today or tomorrow. I got some stuff I got some things to show you.
All right, Creative Loafing, you're number one, baby.
Love you, buddy.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Listen, and on a different note, I don't know if Reggie necessarily wanted. I think he talked about it on his Facebook, but Reggie most recently just lost his son.
Oh.
And it's a very, 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 very tough time for Reggie right now. Reggie's going through a lot. His son took his life, and I've talked to Reggie a few times privately, and I think Reggie's Facebooked about it a few times about this particular situation. But Reggie, I commend your strength, and to lose a child is something that I can't even fathom. And we're all thinking about you, bud. Lummy, Reggie would be a good guest to have in every once in a while. Give us a brother, a cool ass brother's perspective.
That's right.
We need more cool ass brothers. Anyway, we'll do Lisa. We'll have her from Creative Loafing. And now those 3 promo codes, Brian, do they all work?
Just for you though. That's not to be shared publicly.
Oh no. Okay, yeah. For the merch quick to buy.
Well, no, they all work depending on which category of ticket you're trying to buy.
Oh, okay. You didn't explain that.
Well, I thought it was pretty self-explanatory when you go on to the page there, and then you see that there's 3 ticket options, and I gave you 3 different codes.
Okay, you're right. She's boots on the ground. I'm not. I'm stupid. Well, anyway, we'll do.
You said it, not me.
We'll have Lisa from Creative Loafing talking about the big gala, the Best of the Bay celebration that we're having at Hard Rock. They're having at Hard Rock on the 25th of this month, which is a Wednesday night. You can go to creativeloafingtampa.com and get your tickets. It's gonna sell out, and I think they will not tell us that we won any awards, but I at least know that we're finalists in a whole bunch of categories. I know that. So I mean, just statistically, we're gonna win a couple. I mean, I don't know which ones, but we're gonna win a couple. I'll have her on next.
If If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Set up now.
I was gonna move everything over and show her where she is.
Yeah.
So she's not sitting up there.
I bet Shannon Sharpe shapeshifts.
Like Elvis in that video, after he kisses that little girl and his eyes just bulge out of his head.
What? I haven't seen that video.
Oh man, I gotta show you the Elvis shapeshifter video. Have you seen it, Bubba?
What shapeshifter?
Shapeshifter.
Huh?
He said Elvis is an alien, and he was a shapeshifter.
What's a shapeshifter?
A shapeshifter.
A what?
Shape shifter.
What does that mean?
It means he can shift the shape of his face and body. Elvis Presley was an alien, according to
It'd be
some.
like you could turn into like a bear.
Is this a drug thing?
No, it's like a sci-fi.
It's an alien thing.
It's like a sci-fi thing.
So you're saying Elvis was an alien?
There was video online that suggests that he was.
I bless the rains down on Africa.
We're not on the radio right now. We're just on our YouTube over stream.
She's got the love. She's got the love. What in the world?
Hey, Lisa, not Leah. How you doing?
Hi.
I've been calling you Leah all this time.
I'm Lee. It's just Lee.
Okay,
Oh my
now, see, no, it's not even Lisa.
Holy
It's
shit.
Lee.
Hi.
Okay, how you doing? Nice to meet you.
you.
All right, thank you for coming in.
Thank you. Gloria's been texting me all morning.
Is that your girl?
That's my bestie.
Well, her mom is my mom's bestie
That's what she was
in the
telling
old
me.
person's community.
It's such a small world.
It is. So
It's like small.
I got the website pulled up. We're just gonna promote the event, right?
Perfect.
And then anything else you want me to promote?
We have so many vendors that are going to be at the event. There's like food, beverage vendors that are going to be there. We've got sponsors going. I brought you guys beer. I brought you a whole case of beer. We brewed our own beer for. We made it in the shape of the beer can building, but we brewed a Best of the Bay brew.
Oh, is this just a one-off or
It's just a one-off. It's
Okay.
a specialty thing. You can only get.
All right, so listen, we'll don't even talk because we'll get into all this on the air.
Okay.
I don't want to waste the spontaneity.
Oh, no worries. I'm Southern, so I can talk for days.
Perfect. So we're gonna we'll talk until about 45, and then we'll break again, and then we'll talk till top of the hour.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
Are we praying for New Orleans right now?
I think they'll be okay.
Oh, we'll be fine.
It's a Cat 1, right?
Yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah. New
New Orleans
won't break.
Well, Brian, but since the real bad one, haven't they reinforced the infrastructure with the levees and stuff?
Yeah, they did better with it. The whole New Orleans thing, though, like the whole Katrina thing, that was a dirty game.
I was there.
But the fallout afterwards,
Uh-huh.
stealing these people's homes, they wanted that land.
Oh, yeah.
And they didn't want to pay for it, and they got it, the rich people got it for free.
Pretty much.
Yep.
Have you seen the new Twisters movie?
No.
What up,
They
Brian?
actually kind of touched on something like that upon preying upon people that have
Yeah.
just experienced tragedy, that are underinsured or not insured, and going into those communities. And that's basically what happened.
Yeah.
You know, and
What up,
so like
Lunger?
previous places that were like super lower socioeconomic status.
Hurricane Katrina was an inside job.
That was not fun to go through, and then we had like Rita hit 2 weeks after that.
So you were there, Lee? You were
I was
there?
there. Yeah.
Wow.
I was there. I was in the north of the state at college, but like all my family's in South Louisiana. And my aunt is right there on Jackson Square in New Orleans, or on St. Louis Square in New Orleans. She's there right now. She's like sending pictures and stuff. Yeah, that was if we could not do that again, that'd be great.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that's a once in a lifetime thing.
Yeah.
Like Andrew was for South Florida.
Yeah. My roommate was a wildlife and fisheries agent, and he was down there pulling people off of rooftops and houses and.
Yeah, it was just
pulling
crazy.
people out
What
of
up,
water.
Permagrom?
I remember what it was the stadium in Houston. They had people there. They had the Superdome.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Astrodome. Yeah, they were using the Astrodome.
Mm-hmm.
Craziness.
It was wild.
Did you donate any money to the relief, Brian?
Yes, I did. And George Bush hates black people. Remember that?
Yeah.
With Michael Myers and Kanye West on the thing together.
Kanye
and
showed-
Michael Myers looked at him like he just.
The Orlando Content House, Shindig, it's going to be a bunch of dudes doing stuff dudes do. Happening November 15th and 16th. If you want to come see this freak show, email us, orlando@BubbaArmyHQ.com. Let the crew know if you want to be registered for Friday Night Fight Night. Orlando@BubbaArmyHQ.com. The BTLS show now returns.
So I initially have been calling this woman Leah, and then I thought it was Lisa, but really this beautiful woman is named Lee, and she's from New Orleans, and she's in the studio today representing Creative Loafing of Tampa. Hello, Lee. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are y'all doing?
We're good. You do sound like you're from you really got that southern twang, don't you?
It gets worse the more I talk to either my daddy or the more I drink.
The more you drink, right? Now, what part of Louisiana or Mississippi or what part officially are you from?
So it's Louisiana. I say I'm from New Orleans because here's inevitably what happens when someone asks where I'm from. I say I'm from South Louisiana, and they're like, "Oh, where?" And I'm like, "Well, it's a small town. It's right there on the bayou." And they're like, "So New Orleans?" And I'm like, "Well, not exactly. It's a couple hours outside of New Orleans. You know, New Orleans is a really big city and stuff." And they're like, "So is it near New Orleans?" And like, "Well, it's a couple hours outside of it. Like New Orleans is a big city. It encompasses a lot of things and stuff. But I'm in a
now,
very
is your
small
city
town."
so small that when you and the girls wanted to go out for it was New Orleans the town that you would go to?
No, we had a local bar that we went to that's still standing, thank God, to this day. So, when people, I just inevitably just say New Orleans because it turns into like, yes, I'm from New Orleans. I live on Bourbon Street. I am a beignet. So, yes.
Now, do the locals go to New Orleans that much, or is New Orleans truly just a tourist deal?
It depends on who you are. I love New Orleans. My aunt lives there. She's right there on St. Louis Square. I love the culture. I love the food. But where I am, it's very much Cajun country. So it's all like very Cajun people, very Creole. Half my family speaks French half the time. I curse in French. I'm not even going to say I speak French. I curse in French. Because that's the first things that you learn in another language. So, but it's such a small town.
But Creole in itself is like a language in itself. Like it's English, but sometimes not. Like it's English based, but it's a whole subsection in itself. Isn't just the Creole?
Yes, it is. So it's kind of a mixture of like the old dialect of French, and then there's some Dutch influence. There's some Spanish influence.
Like I watch some YouTube channels of these guys that are like doing crawfish boils and all this kind of deals, and the language and the accent and stuff, deep Cajun is fun.
Oh yeah, that's my daddy and all of his friends. They all need subtitles. They're all speaking English, but they all need subtitles.
Now, what college?
Like the water boy.
Exactly.
Yeah, like the water boy. Exactly.
Pretty much.
With a rubber hole. So, what college did you go to?
I went to Louisiana Tech, so I went to the north of the state.
Not LSU, Louisiana Tech.
I mean, I took classes at LSU, and we went to pretty much every LSU game that we could go to, but I went to the north of the state. LSU was really big, and I knew myself too well to know better than to go to that school.
So you're saying that it might have got away from you a little bit?
It probably, yeah.
La Tech had Skippy Holtz for a while coaching their
He did.
football. Yeah.
Did they really?
He did okay there, yeah. Much better there than he did here at USF.
Yeah, he didn't do it. Is Louisiana, is that 1AA?
No, they're Division I. They're the Bulldogs.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
All right. So what brought you to Tampa?
Well, I graduated college, and there wasn't much to do for what I wanted to do. I got a degree in interior design with a minor in speech communications and a concentration in dance for the stage. Because instead of changing my major, I just kept adding on, right?
Right. Figuring something will stick.
Yeah, sure, right? So I had somebody here that we were kind of college sweethearts and stuff. So I packed up.
Dude brings you down to Tampa.
I know. But he was from Louisiana too. And so I packed up a moving van the day after Thanksgiving with no job, no money, and a place to live, and thought, why not Florida? And so I came down here. I got a job.
Now, did you come down and start dating him?
We did, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So I came down here. I got a job. My first job was at the Dolly Museum. I walked in, handed them a resume, and said, "Hey, give me a job." Wasn't a question. And that kind of kickstarted my career. He's back in New Orleans. He's thriving. He's like super successful back there. And I loved it here so much that I just kind of I stayed.
So were you guys together when he decided to go back, or had the opportunity to go back to back to New Orleans, and you guys were still together, and there was a big breakup, or is there long distance, or you've moved on?
No, we were friends at that point in time. It was, very amicable and stuff. And we're still friends to this day. Every time I need some crazy drink recipe or some kind of crazy cocktail recipe, that's the first person I text.
And so Tampa, you've, like a lot of people that move to Tampa, they fall in love with Tampa because, Tampa is, I've lived all over from Chicago to Milwaukee to Philadelphia to Orlando to San Antonio, Texas to I've lived a lot of different places. And I think probably almost every one of us in this room is in Tampa by choice, because it's just really a cool town. There's just so much to do. You get, you have the ocean effect if you want it, but then you can also live in Lakeland and not be near the ocean.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm a St. Pete girly. So, and if you know anything about St. Pete people...
Look at Seth perk up. He's a St. Pete legend.
I'm a St. Pete girly myself.
Yeah, he's a St. Pete girly too.
Well, if you know anything about St. Pete people, we always like to correct people and say, we're from St. Pete.
Yeah, not Tampa.
Not Tampa.
Because Tampa's kind of ghetto compared to St. Pete.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just different. Because we have the beach and we have the ocean and stuff. So every other weekend, me and my girlfriends are typically somewhere out on the water at a sandbar in a boat. My best friend's this amazing boat captain. So we all just pile all the girls in a boat and spend the weekends on the water. And then we have amazing food and amazing restaurants. Half of our events that we do are over in St. Pete too. So you kind of have to bridge, you got to cross the pond
Tampa's
a little
more
bit.
business. St. Pete's more artsy. That's kind
very
of
artsy. Yeah.
Tampa's more corporate business, and St. Pete is more artsy, free spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And true salt life in St. Pete.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you saying? Everybody's gay, Brian?
No. Salt life.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with it. There are,
but salt life is like the way of the water. Kind of deal.
I don't like the way Brian said artsy, okay? I just felt like that he was insinuating something about my town.
I think St. Pete probably, if we were to go ahead and break it down and be, St. Pete probably is more gay tolerant than Tampa.
It's more LGBTQ plus friendly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just acknowledging.
Sure.
Yeah.
Tampa's probably not nearly as cool for that community as St. Pete is.
There's parts of Tampa. Seminole Heights certainly is an area that is
Ybor.
in Ybor.
Yeah, definitely.
But there's pockets in St. Pete. It's pretty much St. Pete.
So how do you go from the Dolly to creative loafing?
Well, that is a long story that jumps around a lot.
I gotta figure there might be a couple in between there.
So just I didn't change majors. I just kept adding things on. I didn't necessarily change jobs. I just kept adding things
new ones on.
Yeah. So at any given point in time in my life, I've had no less than probably 3 jobs at the same time. And so I've been very fortunate and very privileged to have worked with a lot of different people in Tampa Bay, do a lot of different events all over Tampa Bay. And when I came on staff with Creative Loafing, I was working in downtown St. Pete with the Red Mesa group, who's amazing. And Creative Loafing kind of made me an offer I couldn't refuse, and it's been a whirlwind, and it has been so much fun.
I didn't know that Creative Loafing had been, I think it's been in Tampa since, what'd you say, 88?
88?
Yeah.
Yes.
88. And how many Creative Loafing cities are there?
I
think it originated in Atlanta.
It originated in Atlanta, and then there's still a few. We're an alt weekly publication, so there's plenty of alt weekly publications all over the country. But it originated in Atlanta, and so we are owned. We also have sister publications, the Orlando Weekly and the San Antonio Current. So we're kind of
even though
all
they're
over the
even
place.
they're not called creative loafing.
No, they're not called creative
They're
loafing.
doing their own gig.
I mean, everybody can't be as cool as we are.
No, right. So speaking of which, the Best of the Bay, which I'm very familiar with over the years. I've been fortunate enough to win it a few different times, a couple different categories, and it's everybody in radio would be a liar if they didn't say that when the edition comes out for all the winners that you don't gravitate to it as fast as you can. Try to find a magazine back in the day before it was an online thing, and try to find out whether you won or not. And it's it's been around for a long time. It's a really a cool thing as a business. And I mean, you guys have, what is it, over 600 categories?
It's close to 500 at this point in time. I stopped counting because it got to be a lot. Last year was over 450, and we added a few categories this year. Like we added Best Local OnlyFans account, which that's a fun one.
Oh, really?
Yes, we did.
Then it'd be worth going to the event to see who wins that.
We did. And actually, I have spoken to all three of the finalists in that category. So they are aware that they are finalists. We added Best Esthetician at my doing. We added Best Esthetician and separated it from Best Cosmetic Surgeon or Best Doctor for a nip tuck. Because I had to kind of say, like, estheticians are very different from cosmetic surgeons.
Oh, very much
they do different
yeah.
things. Take it from a person who's no stranger to a needle. Like Mama likes to get work done, right?
Mama likes to get work done.
So we added that to it.
That should be a category. Mama likes to get work done, right?
I mean, let's face it. You can't swing a Juvederm syringe in this town and not hit an esthetician.
No, this town is kind of like a little mini Beverly Hills in the fact that there's a lot of good plastic surgeons.
Oh, absolutely.
A lot of good. I think is Dan nominated for Dr. Diaco?
I think he was nominated. I know the three finalists for Best Doctor for a nip tuck. I don't believe he made it into the finalists. He's
Right.
gonna have to check and see.
You told him he did, Bubba.
No,
didn't
I
you?
did not.
You didn't?
No, Bubba, I think Bubba has a hard time with nomination, finalist, and winner. Those
I know
those words. I'm nominated. That means I won.
No.
I'm a winner.
I've tried everything I can to talk to even Lee's boss, Anthony, or James, or whoever, and I've tried every trick in the book to be like, can you please tell me if I won or not, so I know how many tickets to buy. And all they say, I'll be like, I'll have you on the radio, I'll promote you. They're like, Bubba, all we can tell you is whether you're a finalist or not, okay? That's all we can say. Stop with it. So I've been told to stop bugging them. So I guess if Dan was a finalist, he would have been contacted, and Lee would have probably told him that. So maybe Dan's not a finalist in the nip tuck deal.
He's not a finalist in the nip tuck thing, but he's a finalist in the other area.
Right.
Yeah. We're gonna lock Lee in the massage chair until she reveals all of the winners to us.
Now, but hold on, Lee. We were asking. I mean, you've probably done radio. You've probably done TV. You've probably done a lot of different things. Are we? And we just did our little green room area in the front. We're in the middle of moving a bunch of stuff and clearing some stuff out. Usually it has a couch and 2 chairs and a refrigerator for our guests to be able to sit down. But that area right now is very cluttered. And so we have this really badass massage chair, and somebody put you in that. And either it was the stupidest thing we could have done, or you maybe you liked it, because I love it. Did you turn it on and experience, or did you just sit down?
So yes, I am very relaxed now. I feel great. So if you come in on like a random Tuesday or something like that, and you see me in that massage chair, mind your business.
So there you go. I mean, isn't I've a friend gave it to me, who sells them.
That's a good friend.
And he was like, just take it and let me know what you think about it. And I haven't been returning his phone call because I don't know if he wants it back or not. But I've been in a lot of massage chairs over my lifetime, and that thing is amazing, is it not?
Yeah, I don't know what the community property laws are on massage chairs, but I'd say like it's yours now.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I think he meant for me to keep it long term too, but again, out of all the media things that you've done, nobody's had a massage chair. At least we have that going for us.
No one is. I can 100% say no.
Maybe
one
next
has
year
had
there'll be a
massage chair.
category best massage chair, right? Right?
I mean, that sounds good for a critic's pick. We have 2 types of awards that not a lot of people know about. So everybody knows like the reader's picks, which is what everybody votes on, right? But then we have the critics pick, where our editorial staff gets together and they kind of go a little ham with being witty and awarding their own types of awards, and they name them all sorts of crazy things. So I think I might like bend editorial's arm a little bit for best massage chair.
And if it wasn't so cluttered, I mean, what other green room has a full functioning gym too? I mean.
Yeah, you can get a workout before you get on the air. What's better than that?
You can get a workout. You can get a massage. You can get all sorts of things.
Now you start having best aesthetic stuff in there, like aesthetics things, where
like
I can get like
offer Botox with your appearance.
Yeah, you might never get rid of me. Be careful what you wish for.
We have Lee from Creative Loafing of Tampa on the air. The big gala, the big party, the unveiling of the winners for the Best of the Bay is happening Wednesday, the 25th at the Hard Rock. If you'd like to get tickets, Lee, you were telling my girl who's buying the tickets for us that we need to be proactive on this because you think it's going to sell out.
Oh yeah, it sold out last year.
50%. It's like almost already there.
It's over 50% sold right now. So do not sleep on getting those tickets because they go fast. And we here in the Tampa Bay area, we're such last minute people, myself included, right? So we wait to get tickets at the last minute. Don't do this for that.
Because I mean, could there come a point where there is a cutoff where you can only put so many people probably in that space, and if you wait till probably week of, you might not go.
No, exactly. You might not be able to go, and you might not be able to get tickets. And it is such a fun party, too.
I encourage everybody that can afford it to do the VIP. You won't, Bubba, but everybody else.
No, as a matter of fact, I told Merch Crick to do the VIP. It's only $10 more.
No. That's GA plus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
VIP is a hundo 10 or 115. But it includes 2 free drinks, a swag bag, you get in 2 hours earlier, I
think she went VIP. I don't know.
Some other special past hors d'oeuvres and stuff. I don't know.
I would definitely do VIP for this one. This is and we've got swag. It's not just a swag bag filled with like paper. It's a swag bag filled with all sorts of fun things. So we have things from like Sal Rosa's putting in their salt. I've got minis from St. Pete Distillery.
Minis. You love minis.
Oh, the minis are so great. You can bring them on airplanes, allegedly, I've heard.
You can bring them to work. This guy does it every day.
Yeah, Lummy's drunk all the time. No, for real. Like Lummy is drunk all the time. And I'm good with it. Like if he's not drunk, he'd be in trouble.
Yes.
That's the kind of place we run. Like Lummy, are you drunk yet today?
I'm hammered.
All right, there we go.
Best place to work in Tampa Bay.
Best place. I mean, I got a massage chair and you can get drunk. What other places like that?
Workout.
Right. And she doesn't even know, Lummy, but we got goats out back.
We got goats.
Yeah, did you
do some goat yoga?
Yeah, some goat yoga.
Well, stressed out.
So anyway, listen, let me do some words and we'll close out with Lee from Creative Loafing when we return.
If you want to deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Like you telling us if we're finals or not.
Wait until we're off the air for that.
Yeah, it's gonna make sure they don't reveal
any secrets.
Oh, James was very adamant about
I think his name's Anthony.
Anthony.
Isn't there a guy named James too?
James is the publisher. James is my
Okay, then see, I know. I talked to James.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, Anthony's who I put you in touch with.
I think you've talked to the whole crew at this point.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Brian, so screw you. I've talked to all of them.
Well, look at you. Pin a rose on your nose.
Exactly.
So no, and Anthony's the one that's like Anthony doesn't do the best at the secret keeping. He would be terrible at crime.
Yeah, he'd just be okay. I did it.
Yeah, it just like yap.
But it probably helps in what he's trying to do. When you're trying to sell ads and stuff.
Oh, he's great. He's hysterical too. He and I have like this really funny. I threaten Anthony with like yeeting him out the window at the office on a pretty regular basis. It's great.
Are you guys in Ybor still? Is that where
No, we're downtown. We're in the Gin Joint building.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's great. So you can like leave work, go right down to the Gin Joint. Starting happy hour.
That's right. Creative Loafing used to be an Ebor.
We did. Mm-hmm.
Ebor to me, man, I don't know, man. I don't know that Ebor's what it used to be. I mean, to me, it seems like
you're older now. It shouldn't be that.
No, I know that, but it seems like there was businesses and things down there, and it seems like that's kind of people.
They still have the comedy club.
No, businesses like. You
mean like little corporations?
Yeah, there was.
There
was more of that, I think, back in the day than there is now. I think people kind of vacated that for the entertainment aspect of it.
There's some great places down there. Like there's this really cool venue that used to be a club that they've taken and redone it completely. And I think that when the Omega Size were in town, they had the George Clinton concert there. It was like 1902 or 1920 venue.
I used to have a club right by Frankie's patio.
Oh yeah.
Bubba's Beach Club was.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
right
I remember Bubba's Beach Club.
Yeah, Bubba's Beach Club. That was that. You've been in Tampa that long?
I've been in Tampa since I've been in St. Pete since 2007.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, Bubba's Beach Club was.
That was 90.
Yeah. You must be thinking about something else.
I remember hearing about Bubba's Beach Club.
Bubba's Beach Club. Well, it was legendary. Whew.
Yeah.
It was legendary.
You had Sip in Tampa.
Then I owned Scene in St. Pete. I owned Scene.
Right. I've been to Scene.
And then I owned Sip, which was right down by Janice. So I owned Scene first, and that did really well.
Sip was catty corner to where Red Mesa Cafe or whatever opened up down or was down.
Yeah, and then we sold Sip. We had. Well, first of all, we opened up in just south of Tarpon. Remember Plush?
Yeah.
We opened up Plush, did really well there, and then we opened up. Remember on Ulmerton, the Coliseum? Mm-hmm. We opened up that, and then all these are like 2-year runs.
It's a hotel now. They built a hotel.
Oh, it is.
That was,
and then nightclubs are only 2 years. You can only get.
Yeah.
Because then you're no longer
around here. Yeah.
Yeah, and then from there we did Scene, which Scene was my favorite because it was.
Scene was amazing.
It had those all around the dance floor. It had those little cubby holes that were like 10, and then from there we went to Sip, which was right catty corner from Janice.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's why I didn't have a job.
And we actually tried when who was Bill Foster. When Bill Foster was in town, if you go, that if you go to Sip, you make a left and you go and you're going to go to the movie theater. There was that big hallway.
Sundial.
Yeah, you're going to go to Sundial. Well, there was that big hallway that connected the parking garage from there. Well, underneath the parking garage was this huge, like 10,000 square foot space that was just all from the parking garage, but it was huge, and we were going to make a nightclub in there. And Foster, the mayor, okayed it, but
the people didn't. Foster people.
Somebody turned it down, and I'm glad we didn't do it because
it's all the kids with their pumped up kicks,
That's why we work well together.
What's that?
I was just did a singer and he caught on to it. It was just for us.
Okay, well, I'm not as cool as you two folks.
Well, we're practicing for our podcast. Sometimes we have to, not everybody can just do free form, talk. We have to write out our lines.
Okay,
we're stupid.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All at the Bubba Army now returns.
We have not Leah, not Lisa, but Lee from Creative Loafing Tampa. We're talking about the best of the Bay. And Lee, after your appearance here, every once in a while, maybe we'll have you in to talk about what you guys got going on and what you're promoting. I know that this is probably one of your sexier events, but I think you guys got events all the time.
We do. And actually, shortly after the Best of the Bay party on October 26th, we have October West, which is our beer tasting event at the James Museum in downtown St. Pete. And we're brewing a separate beer for that event, too. So,
oh, really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So is that what you have in your hand now, or is this this is the beer for the 25th event?
This is the beer for the 25th event. So I brought you guys a whole case of this. This is our beer can building beer that we did with J-Dubs Brewing. It's a guava wheat. It's delicious. It's
Lummy's gravitating to it.
Lummy's like, give it to me warm. I don't care.
And we did them in tall boys too, so it actually looks like the beer can building
cool.
beer in downtown Tampa.
Now, Creative Loafing, you still have the actual physical paper.
We do. We come out every week.
Right, but do most people do they get it online now? Is that where the majority of it, or is it still, I know that I like the old school paper concept, and you guys have your boxes strategically put, different places, but I would say that it's probably, CLTampa.com is probably where everybody goes.
Most of it, but we still do have like a bunch of avid readers that still love physically having a paper in their hand.
I'm one of those.
Yeah,
I'm one of those. I think the older that you are, the more you want a paper.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's like having you still get the great images in there and all the ad spaces in there, and the ads are just as much content as like the regular editorial content that we have in there too.
And like I think it was Seth or somebody was saying earlier today, like everything from the Eric Andre show to the Buccaneers to the USF Bowl. You guys have a photographer or somebody usually at every event, every concert, every venue that has something going on. You guys usually have somebody there taking pictures. I know you do a lot of things with Janice Live. So, Creative Loafing is really, really very informative with regards to what's really happening in the area.
Yeah, we're kind of known as like the place to go to when you want to know about music and food and drink and things to do around the area. So it's awesome. And Best of the Bay definitely is the culmination of all of that and recognizing all of the local businesses and the local flavor that we have here.
Boy, how much, it's
35th year, I think.
Yeah, 35 years.
I was going to say 35 years.
It is the longest running competition in Tampa Bay.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And again, if you'd like to attend this event, go to cltampa.com. Now, can you get tickets from your guys' website, or is there a specific ticket website?
So you just click on the Best of the Bay there in the drop-down menu.
Right, so go like that.
Yep, and then it'll take you to...
Let me see here. Shop of Awards, Best of Sideshows, Goods and Services, People, Food and Drink, Music, Arts.
Click on Vote.
Vote?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't vote. It's over.
But you can click on that,
all right,
too.
so voting has ended. But
scroll down and click there. Click here click on that BOTBTampaBay.com right down there at the bottom.
Right here?
Keep going, the bottom.
Down here?
Yep, up one.
The other
right
bottom.
there.
The other bottom. Thank you.
bottom.
Boom. And then this would get me for my tickets.
Yep, that's the website. So that's where you can go to get your tickets there. You can you were able to vote for there. You can see the 2023 winners, and you can even shop the award store. So if you want to memorialize your win in a plaque and hang it on your wall, you can shop the award store there, and you can find out all of the information. You can even scroll down further, and you can see everybody that's going to be sampling there.
Oh, the vendors and all of that.
Yeah, we have some of the best restaurants in Tampa Bay. I am super excited about it.
Here's some of them right here.
So those are our sponsors that are on board for the event. Ghost Tequila is going to be doing the welcome cocktail. If you haven't had Ghost Tequila, you're missing out. It is amazing. It is delicious.
If it's too
tequila.
smooth, it's going to end up being a problem. I'm just going to tell you.
It's
Red Mesa's going to be there?
Red Mesa's going to be there. We've got Doom Club doing on-site flash tattoos again. Real tattoos.
Dan sponsored it. He put his name there.
Dr. Dan. the Dan. Look at that. The Dan.
So that's the Dan that's over in Hotel Floor in downtown Tampa. If you haven't been there, the food is fire. It's incredible. So
the cake girl.
The cake girl is going to be doing a specialty cake for our 35th anniversary there. And in grand Lee fashion, my first words were, can we make it glittery and can we make it sparkle or light up?
Oh.
So that was fun. Sally Mar is this incredible rooftop restaurant that's over there in Midtown. The Res Grill from the Hard Rock. If you haven't eaten there, you're definitely missing out. The Hard Rock is a fantastic partner for this.
I think you guys have had it there now for, maybe
5 years.
I was going to say 7, but 5, yeah.
Yeah, 5 years.
And man, the Hard Rock's a great venue for anything.
It's
And their
so much
concert
fun.
facility that they've done. Oh my God, it's great.
It is so much fun, and they're so awesome
you
to work with.
You can't gamble. It's a school night, so don't get drunk and gamble.
Well, he can do it. So what? I will warn
Brian.
Lee and Creative Loafing that if we don't win the awards, we will get the Bubba Army together and raid your headquarters. We only accept the results of any election that we win. So
we're gonna do a J6. We're gonna do a J6 deal.
It'll be a 926
Am I gonna
deal.
I'll be the guy wearing the bull horns and taking out the lectrum. Okay.
Yeah.
Look here, I live in St. Pete. If you come walking down the street with bullhorns and stuff, nobody's gonna bat an eye.
Right. So
It'll just
you
be
can't
like a
scare them.
regular Wednesday.
Oh, is this the Hard Rock's place right here?
Yeah, that's one of the Hard Rock spaces
Wow.
there. It's phenomenal.
That's the Res. They also have Suppresso, really good Italian restaurant there.
And then
to go-
Council Oak for
Council
steaks.
Oak,
Oh, my
yeah.
Isn't
God.
Council Oak kind of like the really, really high end deal? The
It's
really
expensive steakhouse style.
Man, those steaks are phenomenal.
Lee, listen, thank you for coming on the show today. And maybe we'll do a quick phoner with you or something just prior to the event. Maybe when you're getting down to a few tickets left, we'll promote it one more time. And I know you can tell us that we're finalists in some various categories, and we're all going to attend. A lot of us are, and we appreciate what you guys do. I appreciate what the magazine represents, and it's been around since 1988. It's very much in the Tampa establishment, and we appreciate James and Anthony and you, not Leah, but Lee, and we appreciate you. We appreciate you guys being here and letting us be part of this event.
Well, thanks so much for having me. This has been a blast.
Again, you can go to cltampa.com. That's Creative Loafing's main page. You can navigate through there, find out what's going on in Tampa Bay with anything, whether it's arts and entertainment, food and drink, music, best of the Bay. That'll be updated after, I would say the 26th. We'll have the new winners in there. Slideshows, calendars, how to support Creative Loafing, and more. And click on Best of the Bay, scroll on down and get your tickets while you can. There's 3 or 4 different levels of tickets that you can get. It's going to be a great time. Lee, we appreciate you. And let's stay in touch.
Awesome. Sounds great.
Seth, you got a show? You guys are doing
we're gonna tape
Blizzard.
We're gonna tape a podcast while I think Big Red and his torn bicep and Lummy are gonna be hanging up a sign.
Fantastic. Yes. Anything in closing, Babyface?
No, just
just
lighten up next week, there, big guy. All right, whatever you were on today, let's switch the concoction for Thursday.
Probably not poke the bear there, Brian.
Whatever. He's a dick. Their stupid podcast will be getting taped later today. I will not be listening to it. Oh, even though we did hit our 7th, by the way, congratulations, Seth. We hit our 7 millionth podcast download.
Damn, shout out to you and everybody that's listening.
Yeah. We 7 millionth download podcast yesterday. Thank you so very much.
Those sound like Best of the Bay podcast numbers to
They
me.
do. Lee, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
See you guys later.
Thanks for letting me finish. You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
I'm just straight for the slate markings. Number 2, take 2. Seth Kushner describes what he does here at the BRN, and action.
Seth Money is zesty co-host and president of podcasting.
That's it? That's how you want it?
Do I need more?
Good evening. Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited. We must dissuade him of this delusion. Until next time, always remember.
I'll repent.